So we really appreciate you guys. All right, without further ado, let's get started. In seat 1, with 8,150,000 in chips from Switzerland, we have Mark Sen. In seat 2, with 5,275,000 in chips from the Czech Republic, we have Matej Michalek. In seat 3, our chip leader with 29,350,000 in chips from Switzerland, we have Leandro Delvanger. I tried. All right, in seat 4 with 3,500,000 from Germany, we have Manfred Frick. And in seat 5, with 1,975,000 in chips from Switzerland, we have Alexis Tremblay. In seat 6, with 3 million in chips from Germany, Milad Shiva. And in seat 7, with 3,300,000 in chips from Switzerland, we have Nico Fren. And in seat 8, with 1.9 million from Switzerland, Phuong Nguyen. All right, and let's get started. Let's shuffle up and deal.
All right, we are live. We see Andy Tillman up there about ready to stay shuffle up and deal. Hello, I am Matt Savage, Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour, and with me today I have Maureen Blockinger. She is from Switzerland, right?
Kind of. I live in Switzerland, but you know my secret.
Yes.
I grew up in the U.S.
All right. Well, we're here today. This event started with 1,411 entries, and we are down to the final 8. The goal was to start with 9 today, but we had a double bust out on the very last hand last night to get us to the final 8, and that's where we'll start today. It was an amazing event. The Grand Casino here in Liechtenstein is a property we've been to once before, but happy to be back there. Now you see Chino out there. He is the CEO of the Grand Casino, taking away the trophy as we speak. He's going to put it back on that side table. They are playing for that trophy, the Prime Trophy, which was created a couple years ago, and I love it. I'd love to have one of those in my room, and you should as well, Maureen.
Yes, that's also one of my goals.
All right, so we have our chip leader right here. He has a commanding chip lead, 52% of all the chips at the final table. That is Leandro, and he is from Switzerland, but you don't usually see that in a spot where you have 8 players left and one player has over half the chips. He's off to a great start here at this table as well. All right, so we'll see Mark Sen here with a6. And he's up against Michalek, who has Queen 4 offsuit, who folds. He folds at a6. Michalek, the only player here from the Czech Republic. And Leandro with the 4 deuce raises to 400,000, using that chip lead early on at this final table. Now, Maureen, you have a player with that many chips, and you're one of the shorter stacks. Are you afraid of that player? Are you just trying to ladder up, or what is your strategy here?
Yeah, so looking at the chip counts, we have 2 players at the table with 10 big blinds. So I think the other players at the moment are a bit handcuffed unless they have a premium holding. And then possibly I would be willing to play back at that chip leader.
All right. Well, he did win that pot with the 4 deuce. So he's using that big stack early on to power his way through this final table. Oh, it looks like we do have a caller. I'm missing a graphic here. I do not know who called or with what.
It looks like the big blind called.
Oh, it's big blind called. Okay. So we have a deuce, jack, 5 flop. So Mark Sen is in this pot with that ace-6, and it looks like Dirlewanger has the pair. He's flopped a bottom pair with 4 deuce. So he does bet 375. And Mark makes the call. We get a jack on the turn.
Check.
So Leandro still in the lead here with 2 pair. No hearts on the board. And Mark did check. Action is now to Leandro. Now we do have an action clock in play here. These players have 30 seconds to act pre-flop and on the flop. Now the river card is a 7. So Leandro has the best hand here with 2 pair.
Check one.
He checks it again. I'm not sure if Leandro just wants to check here and take it, or
Check.
he does. And he will show the 2 pair and win the pot. Mark Sen shows his ace-6, not good enough. These players have earned at least $30,248 US. And we are playing here in Swiss francs. Now, Swiss francs are a little more valuable than what we have. But first place in this event is $200,592. And in addition to that, they get a seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas, where they can win millions more. 31 million in chips, just a commanding chip lead. The short stack is Fong Win. He has 1.5 million, about 7.5 big blinds. So you see those Swiss flags. We have 2 players from Germany and 1 from the Czech Republic. All right, Michalik has 4 deuce. I doubt that he'll be calling with that.
Raise 6, 3, 400,000. Call 6 balls. 400.
Leandro with Jack 4. He raises to 400,000. Frick calls with ace-6 of hearts, the hand we saw in just the last one right there. Friend folds the Jack 5 offsuit. And Win folds his 9-6. Now Mark Sen with the King Queen. 300,000 for him to call. He's in the small blind, playing 1 in 200,000. I believe there was about 10 minutes left in this level, Maureen, when we finished last night. There are hour-long levels going to this final table. And he does make the call with the King Queen. So Leandro, it looks like he'll be playing in E2.
It looks like it. And again, like you mentioned, that's a dream spot to be in at the final table, holding about 50% of the chips in play. So he's definitely showing his pure aggression from the onstart.
And the flop is ace-7-3, all spades. None of these players with a spade in their hand. But Frick does have the ace-6, so he has top pair. Let's see how Leandro plays this one. He's going to continue here, it looks like. And he does. Betting 375. Now you're Frick here, you have a ace-6. Don't have a good kicker, and you don't have a spade. He's going to make this call here. And Mark folds his King Queen. Turn card is another ace, giving Frick 3 aces. This is like the last hand. Leandro folded, slowed down at this spot, juncture of the pot, and I think he might do the same here. But let's see what he decides to do.
Check.
He does check it. And Frick bets, and that'll get a fold. From Derlewangers. Derlewangers, correct pronunciation here?
Yeah,
You're gonna have
exactly.
me help you with the German here.
Yeah,
Maureen.
that's quite close. Dirlewanger.
Derlewanger, okay.
Exactly.
All right. So Frick picks up his first pot here at the final table. Again, 200,592 Swiss francs for first, which translates to about 250,000 US dollars.
And with that win, Frick should be playing more than 20 big blinds now, so that gives him a little bit more breathing room.
Okay. I am with Maureen. Tony Dunst will be joining us a little bit later. See that Stefan and Chino are over on the German commentating side. So we have both English and German commentary happening today.
Oh, that's a nice hand. Frick with the pocket kings.
Raise 6,500. 6 and 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold.
Bong with Jack 10, he does fold. Mark Sen with 9-8.
1 fold.
He lets it go. Chelik folds as well. And Derlewanger with the worst hand in poker. He might not even call this one, and he does let it go. And Frick does win 2 in a row. All right, Maureen, so you have played here in Liechtenstein a few times. What do you think of the area, the casino? Tell us a little bit about your experience here.
Yeah, sure. So Grand Casino Liechtenstein is amazing. So you do get free entry into the casino, free beverages, which are also important for the players. Also, the poker room has top-notch equipment, so very nice chips, tables, chairs, playing cards, and also excellent dealers. So all this is very important for poker players.
Absolutely, and I've really enjoyed, just the scenery and being here. It's a part of the world that I don't get to very often. This is the second time I've been here. I came last year as well, but it's just stunning to see this part of the world, the Alps surrounding this casino, and countries nearby. I mean, literally, we can drive to Austria in 5 minutes. We can drive to Switzerland in 5 minutes. Italy is very close by here as well, and I think you even get to Germany in an hour or so, right?
Yeah, to the border, possibly in 30 minutes.
30 minutes, that's incredible.
Exactly.
So we're in the middle of a hotbed of poker players, a lot of poker players in this area. And what I found amazing was that so many people that I've been and seen in the European poker scene are not here. Like, it's a very brand new group of players than I've ever seen. So to me, that's exciting because I'm always trying to grow the game around the world, and to see so many new people that I've never seen before always makes me very happy. You know a lot of these players here. How many of these players at the final table are you familiar with?
About 5 of them.
Okay.
Yeah. And I played with most of them during this series.
Okay.
Yeah. And Mark Sen should be recognizable for most of the viewers because he did make this final table last year.
Absolutely. Michelik with the ace-king raises to 400,000. Derlewanger looks like he's going for a raise here with his Jack-8. And he does 3-bet to 1.4 million. And Frick behind with ace-jack suited. Generally a playable hand. However, when you're getting a 3-bet into you, probably not so much of a fan. What are you doing here if you're Frick?
Correct. I think it's a difficult decision, but I think we need to fold, especially with the 3 or 4 stacks shorter than us and with the significant pay jumps.
And he does decide to fold. Now back to Michalik. I don't expect him to fold here. He does have 4.4 million, so it is a significant amount of his stack to be calling this 3-bet of 1.4 million, but I do think maybe potentially a shove here or just a call. And he does decide to call. What are you going to do here? You just going to call with that? Actually, he threw out a time extension. Excuse me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's not yet made the call. That was a time extension. We use time extension chips, and players are getting a fair amount of these. He did go all into 4.8 million. And Derlewanger does decide to fold it. So good pot there, picked up by Michelik. And I think that was a proper move.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
People at this table have to know that Derlewanger's range here is pretty wide, and he might be trying to bully the table, and it's not going to get away with it with Jack-8 very often. So we'll see if that slows Leandro down here at all. He's lost a couple hands in a row. Still a massive chip lead. Yeah, to come through 1,411 entries and about the same amount last year, a little more, and to make the final table back-to-back years is pretty impressive, I do have to say. So Mark Sen being back at this table. She was under the gun with 10-8. He folds. Fran with 10-3. He's out in Fong with 7-4. There's a short stack. Getting those hands, you got to be patient. Mark Sen now with ace-king suited. He does raise it. Looks like the blinds have gone up. Okay, blinds have gone up to 125, 250. He does raise to 500,000. Michelik folds the 10-9. Derlewanger with 10-5. He will let it go. Frick 7-6 suited. He's in the small blind. So he already has 125 invested, 375 to call. Are you going to think about calling here with that hand?
I play pretty much on the tighter side, so I would fold, especially being out of position.
As he did there.
And especially given the stack sizes at the table, I think players really do underestimate the power of ICM, and you definitely don't want to bust before those two short stacks at the table.
Absolutely. A sound fold there, and Mark Sen picks up this pot with that ace-king. Yeah, they do a lot of great things here. Like you said, you know, they have a great buffet. Sadly, I've been enjoying that too much while I've been here. We did go out and had a couple side events. We actually went to a MMA fight the other day that was sponsored by the Grand Casino, and it was really fun to sit there and be a part of that. And then we walked with llamas, which was way better than I thought. When you say you're going to go walk with some llamas, it doesn't sound that cool, but we're on the side of a mountain with these llamas. We had 10 of us in our group, and we walked around the hills and saw all the sights and the views, and the llamas were amazing animals, very friendly, and you know, I was a little worried about them spitting on us, but they didn't do any of that. It was a great day. So I encourage anybody to come out here and see this beautiful site that Liechtenstein provides. And we got a hand here as a raise to 500,000 by Mark Sen with ace-jack, and Derlewanger, our chip leader, with queens. Let's see how he plays it here. I mean, he's going to get some credit if he raises here for raising light on the light side, right? He did it on the last hand, and it didn't work out, so maybe he will do the same thing again. He did 3-bet to 1.3 million. This time he has a hand. Frick now with king 4 suited. Lets it go. King 10 for Tremblay. In a different situation, king 10 might be playable, but not in this one, I would imagine. And he does let it go. Chiba with queen 4 of hearts. That one hits the muck. And so now the action is back to Mark Sen, who has 800,000 to call. Now, this is my least favorite hand. Anybody that's heard any of my commentary will know that this is my least favorite hand. I would fold here. What are you going to do here?
I would flat.
Okay.
But given the aggression, he may try to go in for the 4-bet. He's counting his chips. And they have 30 seconds now.
That's correct. And if they get through, he see the time extension chips to the right of his stack there, and he has plenty of them available. So a big decision early in the tournament. It might make sense to do that, but he does let it go.
Wow, okay.
And Derlewanger does win this pot. Now, if you're Derlewanger, are you going to show these queens, showing that you do actually have some hands sometimes?
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Okay.
I think I would leave them in suspense a little bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are on a 30-minute delay. We came here early. There's lots of friends and family in the audience, so I'm sure that they'll get some information in about 30 or 40 minutes from now.
Sure. And so you're playing at this table. I've had this conversation with Tony and others that I've done it with before. Are you going to make sure that you have somebody watching and maybe telling you how the hands are playing out in this situation, or are you just going to go on your gut instinct and play as you've been playing throughout the tournament?
Oh, no. I definitely want someone watching, sending me key hands. Maybe not all the hands, but key ones that I have someone watching that thinks important, or if someone was bluffing, or what they're raising with, what their ranges are, just to give me some feedback. Because, again, poker is a game of information, so the more information I know, the better decisions I can make.
Absolutely. And Mark now with ace-jack of clubs, clearly getting the best hand so far here at the final table. He does raise to 500,000. Derlewanger with king deuce of suit. He lets it go. Frick with 8-4 offsuit. He folds. Tremblay with 6-5 of hearts. Folds, and Shiva now with queen 8 in the small blind. Lets it go. Back to the big blind. Friend with jack 3 will not find a call here, and Mark wins another pot here. Yeah, like you said, the great dealers, great staff here. Really, they've made just improvements over last year. I think that they listen to player feedback here quite a bit, and I think that's important for any great casino to do, and I'm happy to see that here. And starts at the top here. Chino Dundar he's very funny. He's a great man, and he actually runs a very tight ship here, which I love. Him along with the poker manager, Raphael Schmid, they do a great job. And, of course, tournament director Andy Tillman does a great job here in Europe and around the world.
And I think for players, it's good to know that although it's here in Liechtenstein, where German is a predominant language, the staff also do speak English and other languages, so you do feel very comfortable playing here.
Absolutely. I think it's a great destination for anybody to come and see at some point. And literally, we are in the middle of a lot of great countries and beautiful areas. And if you get the opportunity to come to Liechtenstein, I suggest you do it in the near future. All right, Frick here with Queen Jack suited. And he is facing a raise from Derlewanger, who has Jack 9, 600,000. Frick might regret that at some point, but he won't see it for 30 minutes. But again, as you said, their ICM implications here are very tough for somebody facing somebody with that many chips like Leandro. Friend now folds ace 9 suited. And win with ace 5. Has 350 to call. He's down to 1 million in chips. Yeah. This might be a shoving spot for him. And I think Derlewanger would have to look him up with any two cards since it's only 1 million. But we'll see what happens. Wynn knows he's going to have to make a stand at some point. So is this the hand you're going to do it with?
I would sigh, yes, this would have to be the hand. Or you could always wait one more orbit. But no, I think this is the hand.
He did time out once, so he used one of his time extensions. You are available to, you don't have to put them in the pot, those time extensions. He does move all in here. And Derlewanger is going to make the call. So it's Jack 9 versus Ace 5. Fong Wynn all in. Does have the best hand pre-flop, 65% as you see there.
I see Fong's rail in the back. Nervous for him. Hoping it holds.
All right, here comes that flop. Flop is a jack, a 10 and a 7. So Derlewanger has flopped a top pair and a straight draw. Fong is down to 11% here after that flop. He needs an ace. We're running fives here. Turn card is another 7, so now he's down to the 3 outs. Apparently one gone, so apparently it's down to 2 outs here. Yes, because we saw ace 9 get folded pre. And the river card is a 4. We're going to lose Fong Wynn. He is our first player eliminated. He takes home 25,500 francs. And good week for you. You know, 1,100 franc buy-in, and now he's collecting 25,500. He did a wonderful job. So congratulations. Next player out is going to get 32,500. Again, that translates into 38,551 US dollars.
And I think for most local Swiss players, this prize pool of the guaranteed 1 million is one of the bigger prize pools here in Europe, and it's great money for most of these players. Sometimes the largest win so far.
All right, so you see Derlewanger now up to 31 million, 123 bigs. That's amazing. Now, with the 8th place finishers, that puts Tremblay as a short stack. He's down to 5.5 big blinds with 1.4 million. And again, I think that Leandro is just going to continue to pummel these players. Such a great spot to be in if you're in that chip lead. Have you ever had this big of a chip lead in a final table?
No, unfortunately not. Like you said, it's a dream.
It is a dream. Michalik here with the King 10 suited. He's got 6.6 million. So again, he needs to be a little more careful due to the ICM implications that we talked about previously.
Oh, American Airlines.
Wow, there we go, Frick. With the aces. Derlewanger raised with 10-6 offsuit. And again, you know, this kind of pressure he's putting on the pot, very easy for him to get away from these hands if somebody does put a 3-bet in. Tremblay with King 8. Let's see if we have a cooler here. Tremblay does let it go. Shiva folds Jack Deuce. And Fren with 9-4. So cooler avoided, and it looks like Derlewanger will fold this hand, and Frick will benefit from having the pocket rockets. Wins this pot. Looks like Leandro's saying, you know, wait till you see the hands I'm playing or something like that in 30 minutes. But see, that could be something that he could just be doing, knowing that. I always say that if you know that people are going to be watching, you could really do something in the first 30 minutes to represent that you're playing a certain way, and then know that that's the time to switch. And not enough people talk about stuff like that.
No, I think it could also be a strategy. Of all the players at the final table, he's one with a lot of experience, I would say. He's been playing poker for over 10 years with the biggest tournament cash of around 50,000.
Okay. looking to improve on that today and does raise to 525 with the king 8 suited. Frick now with jack 8 of hearts. He's had a decent start to his day. Frick saying, what are you doing here?
Exactly. The stare down, then the smile.
Probing for information, a little table talk. Always allowed. People say that, you know, that myself and others, tournament directors, are not allowing table talk. I know some places in Europe it is not allowed. I am always a fan of some. I'm just saying that you cannot disclose the contents of your hand. How do you feel about that rule?
I prefer the other way, like no table talk whatsoever.
Whatsoever.
Only because in some of these cases, the conversation gets too deep.
Okay.
And then how do you stop it?
Yeah.
Right?
That's one of the reasons why, you know, it has been curtailed a little bit. I've always said that if everybody's doing it, if everybody's table talking, it's going to make the game so much slower. And that's one of the things that we've really improved on the World Poker Tour by having these action clocks, is that the game moves at a quicker pace. It keeps the structure better for players that are in the tournament. Now, I know last night we had 13 players from 13 down to the final 8 took somewhere around 4 hours. So that's why everybody seemed to get a little bit shorter stacked coming into this final table. And that's how Leandro just punished people, because he knows that that's where the big money's at. He knows that people want to make the final tables. They want to make the live streams. So he used that to his advantage. And that's why I think it kind of deteriorated the structure a little bit of this, but you'll see, you know, I always say that structures are like a rubber band, that eventually they will snap, and then next thing you know, everybody's a little bit deeper than they are right now. But it makes it tough when Leandro's got all those chips.
Correct, and such a capable player having all the chips.
Yeah, exactly. Friend here with pocket deuces, he gets rid of those. Mark folds 7-6. And Michalik with ace king. Interesting spot here, because Leandro could thinking he could just making a move here, but he decides, I believe, to just limp. And now Derlewanger finds himself with a reasonable hand, ace jack, thinking he has to be in the lead here with just the limp. And he makes it 750, I believe. All right, Michalik played that quite well. He just isn't going to call here, however. We'll see how the flop. Interesting play here, and now I think Michalik is going to win a big pot here, if it stays as it is now, because if Michalik just checked here, he hasn't even made an action yet. We'll see what happens. But Derlewanger has to think he has the best hand here.
Correct, yes.
He bets 500,000. You're Michalik here. Are you raising at this spot, or are you just, again, calling along?
No, I mean, on such a dry board, then we just flat call and try to get as many chips as we can.
Wow. With 5 pairs the board on the turn. And Michalik checks again. Derlewanger, again, has to feel like he has the best hand here with aces and 5s and a jack kicker, as it was just a limp from Michalik. I think Michalik's playing this hand very well. And 1 million is the bet from Leandro. And just a call. Interesting. That's a spot I would have gone for the raise. I don't know. What do you think?
No, I think it's still a flat, because, again, let's look at the stack to pot ratio as well. So I think he's setting it up for the river jam.
Oh, and there it is. A 5 on the river. Oh, my goodness. Check, and this is going to be a split pot. Derlewanger, again, has no idea that he sucked out there.
Yeah.
No idea. .8. Derlewanger might just shove here.
There you go.
He does, yeah. all in a quick call. And Leandro sees there, hey, you got lucky again. You got to get lucky to get that many chips, I think. And that's one of those spots where a split pod Michalek has to hate that.
Yeah, I know. Some people like to say, everyone loves a chop pot. For me, no.
Unless you're in Derlewanger's spot there. Then you love it.
Correct.
Then you love it.
Yeah. I mean, I was actually surprised to look at Mate's biography and only seeing, his largest cash of 6,500 euros. I did play with him in day 1A, and I think he's very solid and knows what he's doing. So perhaps an online player.
Yeah. And we're showing the graphic of the upcoming events. We've got the UK Championship in September, the 11th through the 16th, the Australia Championship, the 12th through the 25th, and that includes a main tour stop, and then WPT Playground, the 14th through 25th, which I will be at, and we will have a WPT 500, a WPT Prime, and a main tour championship. Exciting stuff coming up on the World Poker Tour, and we're all building towards that December World Championship at the Wynn in Las Vegas. All right, Tremblay folds. Yeah, that was an interesting hand. I thought that was, I don't know. I think that maybe on the turn I would have raised there if I was in Michalek's position. But like you said, I am just the amateur here. So you're the pro, Maureen. Marco folds the 5-4 suited. And Mark Sen with King 6 does decide to raise to 500,000. The green chips are 250K chips, which is kind of an odd chip we don't see very often on the World Poker Tour. The red chips are 100,000 and the yellow chips are 25,000. All right, Derlewanger with 9-3 does let this one go. Frick with 7-4. Simply posturing here. He's going to fold here. What do you think about that? Taking a certain amount of time every time, no matter what cards you have. Is this something you do, or does that?
It's something
change it?
Yeah, it's something I try to do. And if we see Tremblay, he's folding very quickly. So if he does have a hand and pauses, I mean that's a big signal to the table that, oh look, he has something now.
Right.
So I think taking the same amount of time each hand disguises your strength,
Okay.
and that's something you can do.
Yep.
And I think for many of these players, apart from Nico Fren and Mark, it's their first time on a TV table.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's also the added pressure, the lights, putting your cards in a certain position. But they seem to be handling it okay.
Absolutely. Grew up in Prague. Went to Prague for the first time last year. Beautiful place. Big fan. Shiva now Jack 10. He folds. Bren with Queen Jack of Spades.
Oh.
He's at 2.6 million. Hates to fold it. I don't know. I mean, at some point you got to make a stand, right, with these cards.
Yeah, but Tremblay has about 5 big blinds now, maybe 4. So I think that's
yeah,
going through many of the players' heads as well.
very different dynamic here, yeah. Mark with King 6 does raise to 500,000. Michalek with 6-9 of hearts. He folds. Derlewanger with 8-3 offsuit. I mean, he hasn't played a hand in 3 hands or so. I mean, he's got to be
There we
itching
go.
to, and there he goes. Wow. And he does raise it. Maybe sensing something here. 1.4 million. Frick with Jack 7. Tremblay with 9-4 of diamonds. He's folding.
You can see his frustration.
And Mark makes a quick fold here. And Derlewanger wins this one with 8-3. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
He's trying to make our day shorter here, Maureen, which I am not opposed to. There you see how the action has gone for the day. Derlewanger started with a chip lead and has increased it by 2.5 million. Frick has done well as well to 1.9 million up, and Michalek up 925. See Tremblay hanging on for dear life there, down 1.1 million. I like that stat. We don't usually see that. SpadePoker is doing our live stream here. Did a long interview with Ella yesterday. She was very well prepared. Great job, Ella. All right, Mchalik with Queen 10. Derlwanger with a real hand here. He's checking to see how many chips the players in the blinds have. I'm not sure who he's checking, but he's checking somebody's.
I think Tremblay is in the big. Our shorty.
I mean, if he... Yeah, he moves all in here. What kind of hand are you going to call here if you have Frick? What's the worst hand you're going to call if you're Frick here?
I think we have to go with 10s pluses here.
I mean, you don't like calling with 10s when you're second in chips, and yeah, you could.
Oh. He has to go with this, I think.
Tremblay with ace-3.
And he's in the small blind, all in to call. Yeah, he's going with it. I don't blame him at all. It's a suited ace.
And Shiva Jack-Deuce. Derlwanger is going to show him the king-queen up against ace-3 of diamonds for Tremblay.
Oh, big stack.
All right, Tremblay looking for the double up here with the ace-3. And the flop is a 10-9-7, 2 hearts. Derlwanger has a king of hearts, also has that straight draw. But he has improved his odds on that flop, even though the ace is still in the lead. An ace on the turn. And now, still looking for that jack, and only a jack. 3 outs remaining for Derlwanger. And the river card is a queen. So aces versus queens, and Tremblay will double up. Lives to fight another day. It's a good feeling, huh?
Yeah, it's a very nice feeling. And you can see the relief. He's finally smiling, talking to his rail. But all the players seem pretty relaxed, you know, chatting. I've also seen other final tables where everyone's so serious, and you know, it's not such a pleasure to watch. But again, it's their money, their final table. But I like to hear some conversations and to see some smiles at the final table.
Mm-hmm. We are at the Grand Casino in Liechtenstein. Now, a lot of people, when I tell them I'm going to Liechtenstein, they say, Liechtenstein. What is Liechtenstein? People don't know. It's one of the smallest countries in the world. And, you know, if you have not been here, people think about it as, you know, purely, you know, a banking area or something like that, right, for many, many years. But I tell you, you come here once and you're just like, wow, this is an incredible place. And definitely worth seeing. A lot of cows.
Yes, a lot of cows, a lot of farmland, and then also Malboon, the famous skiing area. And you can also do some wonderful hiking.
We did that. We went to Malboon, had a lunch the other day. It was beautiful up there. And the weather's been... there's little rain, but for the most part, you know, it's been in the 70s every day, and it's been very, very nice. Truly enjoyed my time out here. Now, Tremblay with 8s here. He's at 2.2 million. He's just going to go and shove all in here. Again, this is such a tough spot when you're one of the short stacks. There's other short stacks as well. You're trying to increase your chip stack so you can actually fight a little bit, and he does. He moves all in with those 8s. Shiva folds at 6 deuce, and Derlwanger was already in this with 10-6. He's just got another, what is it, 1.7 to call. Any 2.
6 big
He doesn't
blinds to
want to
call.
double up. He doesn't want to continue to double up people. He might just fold here, and he does.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
He lets it go. Tremblay wins the pot. I don't hate that fold. I'm sure he'll be right back at it, raising again.
I was here at the casino very early, and I saw some of the final tablists doing a small little hike in the field. So that's also a good way to relax and prepare.
Absolutely. We didn't make this final table until a little after 4 a.m. So these players, you know, still had a decent amount of time in between. They had full, what was it, 10 hours to get some sleep and come on back. Nobody looks tired. When when you're at the final table, you get a little more energy, a little more jump. Probably have a hard time sleeping, knowing you're coming back and playing for, almost 200,000 Swiss francs, and again that chance to go to the WPT World Championship as well. Now Michalek has ace king. I think he called. He limped again. What do you think about that strategy of him limping with these hands? Ace king, ace king. It's twice he's done that.
I don't like this under the gun limp. The other time we saw him limped, it was a small blind, which is okay.
Okay. Friend folds his queen 10. Just 125 more to call. Are you going to look it up there or no? I know I would. Again, I'm an amateur, but I would. I'm calling there.
Yeah, but we have Tremblay so short with 8 big blinds. And it was a raise it was a limp under the gun. So possibly he knows maybe he's capable of the limp. If he goes all in, he's going to be snap calling. We don't know the player history, but I think I can get on board with the fold.
Okay. All right, Sen now, he was in the big blind, so he did not have to put any more chips in the pot. That's why he's in there with Jack 3. And the flop is an ace, king and 8. And 2 pair here for Michalek will win the pot with just a bet. And we'll move on to the next hand. No real coolers yet so far. There's some upcoming events at the Grand Casino Liechtenstein. I'm sure you'll be a part of some of those. How far do you live from here?
Only an hour and 20 minutes in
nice.
Zurich.
Okay, beautiful. Spent a day in Zurich last time I was here. Very nice place. All right, Derlewanger here with 9-8. He's going to continue to raise here, makes it 500,000. Frick with 8-7 of diamonds. Makes the fold. Tremblay queen 3 will also fold Sheba queen jack. He folds on a different day, maybe. 2 9s for friend. He is on the button. Did he fold that?
Did he fold?
I don't know.
I think our graphic jumped.
Yeah. He's still in the pot here. He's got the 9s.
Yeah, all in.
He does move all in for 2 million. Derlewanger is in bad shape here if he does make this call. 1.5 million more to call. And he does fold. Pretty disciplined. I like it. He's continuing to raise pre and letting go hands that Stone, well, good job here. Constant pressure. All right, English commentators is Matt Savage and Maureen Blockinger. Tony Dunce is coming along later. Fix that graphic. Come on. Let's give Maureen some love here. What's going on here? Let's go, guys. Come on, Spade Poker. All right, Frick with 6s.
seven, fold. Eight, fold. One, fold. Two, fold.
It looks like our first walk of the day.
And that was Derlewanger that got the walk.
Yeah.
One.
And hear that action clock buzzer go off. Dealer just needs to reset, plus the pause on that or the stop. 30 seconds pre-flop and 30 seconds for every time extension they have. Earlier in the tournament, when we're on the bubble, they get 15 seconds pre and 30 seconds post-flop, which has worked out spectacularly for us.
One, fold. Two, fold. Six, eight, folding.
All right, Derlewanger here with ace-6. He's moved all in. Wow. See, this is the thing. The Frick, like, I mean, you have a pretty nice premium holding. You know he's raising with anything. What do you do in this situation? You fold. You have to fold.
Yeah, and that's a quite disciplined fold, especially like you said, if he's doing that every hand or raising every hand and being so aggressive, you may think my king queen might be good here against 10-4 offsuit. But no, very good disciplined fold, especially with the two short stacks still in the game. Oh, someone not at their seat.
Yeah. You don't want to be missing hands in this stage, right? All right, we're going to get that graphic fixed for you there, Maureen.
Oh, thanks.
We're going to give you a little shout out and some love here. Maureen is a fantastic representative for ladies in poker, and you've done a lot of work in that area around the world. Do you feel like, what is your stance on ladies tournaments?
Okay, so I'm for ladies tournaments.
Okay.
Only because you get to meet other female players. You also get to introduce newer players to the game, you know, find travel partners. And to be honest, you know, one woman actually told me one time, you know, the men, I don't have common hobbies. So, you know, you're sitting at a poker table full of men, they're talking about, I don't know, cars, sports, whatever, and she has different hobbies. So I also found that part fascinating.
Okay.
It looks like we have a hand developing.
Frick is all in with, no, I'm sorry, Tremblay is all in to call, instead of being all in to call.
Yeah.
Looks like Derlewanger's moved in with King Deuce and can't do it, right?
Yeah.
So maybe we're going to see this a little more often from Derlewanger. He's not getting any resistance because he knows these guys are under such ICM pressure. Unreal. David Kozma was the winner here last year, who won $300,000 US. Hello. I'm watching. I just opened up the chat here for the YouTube. Hello, everybody out there in the chat. Where are you watching from?
Sherry's in
Let
the
us know
chat.
where you're watching from, please. Yes, James. He's got a very big chip lead. So please join that chat on YouTube. We are on a 30-minute delay, but we will answer all questions and comments As long as they're nice. Just be nice. Speaking of nice, we'll talk a little bit more about ladies in poker. I know there's a few poker groups that you're subscribed to, and I do as well.
Yeah.
And, you know, the biggest thing I see about the ladies groups is that they support each other all around the world when that happens. So love to see it. Derlewanger is raised now to 700,000. Frick here with King 7. He will let it go. Tremblay with 9 deuce. He folds. Shiva with 3 deuce. He's going to fold as well. And these guys are just watching their blinds disappear. You know, it's a substantial part of their stack.
At least they're keeping their cool. So.
And Derlewanger takes it down another one. 32 million in chips.
But yes, I would say all the women's communities are great. They're there for support, encouragement. Many of the groups post, you know, the last woman standing, or when a woman makes a really deep run in a tournament, or when she ships a tournament. So I think that all helps build the community.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some tough questions coming up.
Uh-oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, Mark Sen here with Ace Queen. I believe he's second in chips. Is he second in chips with 6.6 million?
Yeah, he should be.
He raised it to 500,000. Chalik with 8 deuce. Suited. We're on a 30-minute delay, but we are live. We see what you see here in the commentator's booth. We do not know what's happened 30 minutes in advance. A 3-bet from Derlewanger with ace, or with Jack 10. Rick folds ace 5. Tremblay with queen 4. Shiva folds. Fran with 6s. He folds as well. And now Sen with ace queen. If he 4-bets here, he's going to win the pot right now, I believe. But if let's see what he does. Are you just calling here, or are you raising?
Against that raise from Leonardo, I think I'm going to try my 4-bet.
All right, it's got one-time extension used.
Is he cutting out chips or just counting a stack?
I think he's just counting at this stage. It's already gone through one-time extension. Hello in Quebec.
Oh, he folded? Okay.
Wow. Did fold. Like I said, there's a lot of pressure here. Hello, England. Hello, Diano. Italy. Very nice to see you. Aussie Rob Mad says hello. Good day, Maureen.
Oh, I think he's from Australia.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that's what good day means.
Hi to Australia.
I think that's the thing. 132 big blinds here. 33 million for Derlewanger. He's just putting so much pressure. Look at these stacks. 1 million, 2 million, 2 million, 5 million, 6 million, 6 million, and 33 million. Incredible. Incredible. All right, now the tough questions.
Okay. Oh, God. Okay.
Not all the ladies groups get along.
Oh.
Why is that?
I think the ladies groups have different purposes, different goals, and I think that's possibly one of the reasons
Okay.
where they don't get along.
Do you think that's a good thing?
I think competition's healthy, and
Okay.
it makes, you know, for a more competitive environment. But yeah, I think it's frustrating sometimes, you know, if you want to do something for all women and perhaps one group, you know, doesn't want, you know, the logos next to each other, or I don't know what other reason. And I don't know how to change it.
Okay.
So
So some of the competition is good. I agree with that. I think that there's, groups of that you talked about. But I think for the most part, there's a overreaching theory that it's good for the game to have these ladies events. I know that there are certain ladies that don't want to play in those. They prefer to play in open events. But for the most part, I think there's a place for them, and I think that they do well. And I know in the World Poker Tour, the majority of our management are female, so it's something that we take very seriously. We're always out there trying to grow the game as well, and of course, we'd love to see more women playing the game, like yourself and others. I think it's just so important, for the future and the the health of our industry, to get more people into the game, no matter from where or whatever. And I think, I talk about WPT being such a global tour, and I'm excited, like I said, to see a bunch of new players, and women are a huge part of that. So I am a fan.
Yes, and women are definitely a fan of WPT. I also did some research a couple of weeks ago about women's tournaments around the world. And the WPT Voyage had one of the best turnouts for women's events.
Yeah, it absolutely did. I think we had over 260 entries of that. It was really, really well attended.
Correct. And then WPT Taiwan was also showing high numbers.
Oh, great. That's really good to hear. All right, dear Lewangers raised again with 7-5. Wow, this is so much fun to watch. He's just crushing here. People are so handcuffed here. Friend with King 3, he does fold. And now Sen with King 9 lets it go. Now Machalik has a hand to play back with, Ace Queen of Diamonds. And he does just limp. All right, let's see how hot Derlewanger is actually running here. If he can actually make a flop here. He does have a straight draw. He has ace 4 deuce on the flop. 2 hearts, neither play with a heart in their hand, but Machalik has flop top pair. Derlewanger will continue. He bets 250. Machalik's just calling. I'm opposed to this. I'd be raising in this spot. Maureen, tell me why this is a correct play.
Again, he's trying to get max value from the chip leader.
Okay.
And, raising under the gun, he has the blockers, ace and the queen. There's a slim possibility, perhaps Leonardo woke up with ace king. But again, he could just be having suited connectors or maybe a flush draw and different combos or broadways.
And here, Derlewanger is going to continue to bet here on the turn. That's 1.2 million. Machalik. What's he going to do here? Again, in this spot, you're still just calling.
Maybe now I'll come in with the raise because now it's a more dynamic board. Now we have 2 flush draws coming in.
Use the time extension. No! What is
Okay.
going on here?
Okay, I don't know what's going through everyone's heads.
Just folded.
Yeah.
Ace, queen, top pair, queen kicker. My goodness, what is going on? Tony
I'm
would
not sure at this
Tony would
point.
be all over him. Come on, Maureen, give me something here. What is happening?
Actually, I don't know now. like for sure, I thought he was going to go for it or call. I mean, now they're giving, in my opinion, Leonardo a lot of credit. That he's basically
Yeah, I'd say
holding
so.
the nuts.
You can't fold that.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, and if you're going to fold turn, then I would say, why are you calling pre-flop? I don't know.
Oh, my goodness. Like, I am not a professional. I will say that right now. But I cannot understand that call. Or that not calling at least. And I would have raised, as you said. And as we know, of course, we're saying the cards, had he raised, he would have won the pot right there.
Yeah.
My goodness. Tremblay folds. I mean, if you like that, why are you calling pre-flop? Like you said, I don't know.
I don't know what's happening. I mean, hopefully the graphics, right? I mean, hopefully he had ace-queen.
Hello, Henry Gold in England. How are you doing? Goodness.
We have the internationals joining us. Welcome, everyone. Come to Liechtenstein next year.
Derlewanger with a queen jack of clubs, and he wins this pot. I mean, he's just... This is such a dynamic that you don't see very often. It's kind of interesting to see that. All right, James Ray says a double-suited board. He's worried that the flush comes in and his stack is lower by inviting other short stacks back into the game. I don't know. Let's look for other opinions, because that's not mine. UK Prime is coming up. It's at dusk to dawn, 11th through the 16th. There is a guarantee on that event. I've not been to dusk to dawn, but I'm hearing it's a very big property, and would love to go there someday. Rob Young, a friend of the World Poker Tour. Involved in that club. All right, Shiva folds Jack 8. Friend now with 7s. We've seen him fold 6s pre. Let's see what he does with 7s. Yeah, now he's moved all in. Has friend with 7s. Sen with ace-5 has already folded. Chalik is out. And Underlonger folds as well. Frick will fold here, and friend's going to pick up a blinds and the antes.
And when we saw him fold the pocket 6s before, it was a different situation, facing an under-the-gun raise and then a 3-bet. So, of course, in that situation, you have to fold the 6s. With these 7s, if he's playing his entire range, then it includes the 7s. It's also, you know, Broadway combinations, etc. So he also has more credibility in this spot.
All right, we are reading those comments. Derlewanger now, 69% of the chips in play.
Oh my gosh, so
That's unbelievable.
Just growing.
With 7 players remaining. I mean, we see that heads up or 3 ways sometimes, not with 7 players left. What a dominating performance. Derlewanger now with queen deuce. Do you think he's going to play this hand?
Yeah, all in.
He's all in. Frick with 7 deuce. Gives a little smile and a fold.
But I really like Frick's approach to this, because he is actually taking all the time, you know, looking at his cards,
Right.
taking the same amount of time each hand. So I really like that about Frick.
Tremblay with king 8. Just absolutely. Hating folding that, but does so. Derlewanger wins another pot. Donna Morton's in there. She says hello. The Dark Angel.
Hi, Donna.
Is this real? Yes, Oli. This is real. This is for real money. 200,592 Swiss francs for first, which is about 250,000 US dollars, and a seat to the WPT World Championship in Wynn Las Vegas, where they can win millions more. So it's most definitely real. 10 deuce, 10 deuce. Both players fold. The dolly that Doyle runs in hand. Derlewanger with 2 cards. And with those 2 cards, King Jack, he's going to raise to 500,000. Frick with 4s is going to make the call. Oh, and Tremblay, he's going to go all in. Maybe after using a time extension. You can use those to your advantage if you think that, you know, there's a spot where it may make people think that you don't have the hand that you really have. And this could be one of those spots. So we'll see if he does that. Yep, he does use a time extension. Does he look a little more confident?
I think so. I mean, he does look a bit worried looking to his left.
He doesn't want to bust. We know that.
Yeah. There you go, all in.
Yes, he does go all in. Shiva now with ace-5. Ace-5 looks a lot better when you know there's not 3 other players in the pot.
Correct. I mean, he's even laughing. You know, he's been card dead most of this day. He finally gets a somewhat playable hand with all this action before him. Yeah, in the muck.
Do you like that flat with the 4s there?
No.
No, okay. All right, does fold. 1.8 million now to call for Frick. And I think Frick's going to get away from this one too.
It's for about half a stack to make the call. Oh.
Use
Oh,
a
time bank.
time extension, yeah.
That's confusing.
It does create some confusion, yes.
But at least they're a different size than the round chips.
Exactly. I have an interesting story about that little diamond that they have up there for the graphic. Frick in the tank here with 2 4s. Does let it go.
Wow.
And he'll see that he was happy that he did. And Tremblay does show those aces. And Frick says good fold to himself. Sustained Love says that they'd like a place at this table.
Oh. Well, come to Liechtenstein next year,
come
and
to
we'll see you
Liechtenstein
at the
next
final
year.
table.
We'll see you here, yes. This is, yeah. I mean, I saw a lot of interesting play this week. I'll just say that. A lot of interesting play. Lots of action. So, yes, Sean, Maureen did agree with you that she did not like the flat with the 4s as well. All right, Mark Sen here with 5 deuce suited.
Perfect timing.
Folds. Derlewanger with Jack 7 this time. What do you know? He raised to 500,000. Leandro raises to 500,000. Frick folds. All right, we're going to get it all in here. Shiva's moved all in with
3
3
clubs.
deuce.
Okay.
3 deuce of clubs. And dominated in clubs if he just gets called. Now Fran with 10s. Oh my goodness. Oh. Shiva was so patient.
Exactly.
And then moved all in with the 3 deuce. I mean, was he just so sure? I don't know. I don't know. I don't like it. 3 deuce. Friends moved all in as well. Derlewanger will let it go. He's going to see these hands because of the 10s versus 3 deuce. Is there a problem with the graphic? Does Shiva really have 3 deuce? You wait this long and then shove with 3 deuce. All right, here we go. Flop is a deuce, an ace, and an 8. Shiva now has flopped a pair, looking for a 3 or deuce for 2 pair. Turn card is a jack. It's down to just 5 outs. It says 3, but 3 outs because we know that 2 of those cards are dead. And so we'll see what happens on the river. It is a 6, and we're going to lose Shiva. He's going to take home 32,500 francs. A nice week of work. But we're down to the final 6 players going to earn at least 42,500 francs. Milad Shiva, congratulations on your 7th place finish.
Yes, congratulations and good game.
Hey, it's Ali from SpadePoker crew, and next to me is standing one player from the final table, and I have one question or 2 questions for you. So how do you want to assess the whole tournament? Like what happened from the first day until this day?
Yeah, my plan was normally to play on Friday on the flight and then go hiking on Saturday, but I bubbled the first flight and then I played Saturday, so yeah, was pretty swingy, and day 2 I had a big stack, and yeah, and then I made it to the final table. Yeah.
And what about final table? What happened?
I don't know, maybe I made a little mistake, but I was completely card dead and short from the beginning, so a little bit unlucky. Yeah.
And would you have done or did anything different if you have any chance?
Yeah, maybe one hand I would shove pre-flop, but yeah, I folded. Yeah, happens sometimes. So,
Yes.
yeah.
And what strategies do you have?
What do you mean? I mean, yeah, you play to win the tournament, so I mean, at the beginning aggressive to build a stack, and then yeah, see what happens. Yeah.
Okay, and when did you start with the first poker event?
I started poker like 20 years ago in home games, so yeah, and tournaments I started this year to play tournaments before I played cash game. Yeah,
Okay, and what's your favorite cash game or tournament?
cash game, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, and I hope see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're back to the action. Thanks, Elle. That's Elle from SpadePoker. We are back. 42,500 francs for 6th. All right. A lot of money here at stake and millions more at the WPT World Championship where the winner will go. And see me there at the Wynn Las Vegas. Wynn, you're going to the Wynn again, are you not? Yes, you are. Just lie if you're yeah, I'll see you there.
I'll see you there, Matt. I'll
Thanks.
see you there. Now the chat's going to blow up. What?
Yeah, Maureen's coming to the Wynn, everybody in the chat. Make sure you say hello. She'll be there.
But it is one of the best women's events on the planet, I would have to say. Last 2 years, 200K guarantee, 250?
250, yeah.
Yeah, which is pretty amazing. And an enjoyable experience with WPT and Win. So I definitely recommend it.
Absolutely. Tremblay here with the King Queen as Derlewanger has raised with a 9-3. And here we go. Tremblay's making his move here. He's all in. Send folds. 7 deuce from Chalaki is going to be out. I believe Derlewanger will fold as well, and we'll get Tremblay winning the blinds and the antes. That's my prediction anyway. Hasn't happened yet.
Well, Leonardo is asking for a count. But does let it go. Okay.
Let it go.
Yes.
Definitely a lot of satellites here for this event. There was a lot of ways to win your way in. They do a great job. They also do a lot of events a lot around the clubs in Switzerland, right? To have people qualify for this event. And I think we're going to do even more next year. Talking to a couple people about supporting this event in the future, so I'm excited about that. And hopefully this event just continues to grow and people around the world get to see this beautiful part of the world.
And it's actually quite easy to get here. It's not as scary as what people think. You can fly into Zurich, for example, take the train and the bus, or fly into Munich.
Yeah, I took train from Munich myself to get here, and it was no sweat. It was actually a beautiful part of the country and around. You know, there's lakes around here. There's the Alps. So many things to see and do. And if you're a skier, I've been told this is one of the best places in the world to come. So. All right, Tremblay with the same hand he had last time, King Queen. If he were to win another pot here, he can make a major move. It's up to 5.1 million. He does let that one go.
Oh, wow, 17 big blinds.
Friend with 9-4 suited. Sen now with King Queen of diamonds. Sen all in 4.7 million. Michalek with 10-3 makes the fold. Derlewang with a pair of deuces. Considering it, but he does make the fold. Mark Sen wins his pot. No reason for him to flip there. He's got such table control here. Doesn't want to take any chances he doesn't need to when he can just continue to raise with any two. Again, there's a chip value, 25Ks, 100Ks, and 250K here at the Grand Casino Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein does have the record, the Grand Casino, for the two biggest WPT Prime events outside of the Wynn in Las Vegas, the championships events. The biggest prize pools. The top two right here. A lot of money in this area of the world. That's for sure.
But more.
Yes. Friend with ace-10. Raised to 600,000. Blinds have gone up again. I believe the blinds are now 150, 300,000. Derlewang with ace-6. He could put Friend right in the blender here if he moves all in, right?
For sure. Or even just a 3-bet, the ace-10 offsuit is then not looking too good. But his friend now the short stack at the table.
And he does make a raise to 1.6 million. Frick now with Jack 4. He folds back to Friend with ace-10. And what are you doing here?
It's one of those spots I think you just have to fold.
You said to fold, okay.
Especially, I realize there's at least one other stack shorter than us. I don't know if two.
Yep, and he does make the fold there.
Now, Nico Friend is one of our more experienced players at the table. He's been on 2 other TV tables. His biggest tournament cash has been 45,000 Swiss francs, and he's also 2-time Poker Circle Lucerne champion.
Oh, wow. Okay. Tell us a little bit about that. What is that event?
The Poker Circle Lucerne, it takes place around 4 times per year at Grand Casino Lucerne.
Oh, okay.
And before Liechtenstein was built, it was one of the bigger properties to play poker at in Switzerland.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I am shocked, as I said many times here, that I've never seen a lot of these players here, and that there's such a wide global community of poker players around the world that it's exciting to see that so many people are playing this game that we love.
All in and 6-4.
Again, Matt Savage here with Maureen Blockinger. We are here in Grand Casino Liechtenstein. Maureen is an American living abroad. How long have you lived in Switzerland?
Very long time.
Long time?
Very long time. Maybe like 20 years.
20 years, oh wow. Yes, so much so that she had to tell me she was American. I had no idea. Originally from?
New Jersey.
New Jersey,
Yeah.
nice.
But I never played poker in the U.S. And I would say my poker family is the Euro family.
Okay. Yeah, you don't really have a Jersey accent. Let's just say that. Mhm. People would be surprised how much English is actually spoken here, though, however, right? It's pretty widely spoken English in this part of the world.
Yeah, I would say, like, even myself, if I speak in German, they hear my American accent, they'll switch to English. They're very
wow.
accommodating. And like we mentioned early on the stream, the staff here at Grand Casino Liechtenstein will switch to English, and also the dealers speak a fair amount of English. So don't be afraid to come here and try a new location.
Absolutely. Metallic here has King Jack, and he's called. No, yeah, he's called 300,000.
All in and 6-4.
Derlewanger's moved all in for 34 million.
4-4.
Tremblay with Queen Jack and 4.4 million. Morning, Gary. Glad to see you.
6-4.
Hello, Christian.
And this is the thing with calling King Jack. I don't like it because it just opens the door for aggressive Leonardo just to be even more aggressive.
And that aggression
and there
does
you
win
go.
this pot, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Pot control, table control, he's really got it going today. Such a beautiful position to be in. There we see Leandro Derlewanger with 35.3 million, 60% of the chips in play.
Hello.
4 o'clock local time here. Hope you're enjoying this. Our next stop on WPT Prime will be in the UK, and it is WPT Prime UK, the 11th through the 16th, dusk till dawn in Nottingham. Have you ever been there?
I have not. It's on my list.
Oh, okay.
There and Playground. I definitely want to try.
Okay, you've been playing poker all over the world. You chase these flags for the Hennemob, right? How many flags do you have now?
At the moment, 24.
24, all right. And the leader has how many?
51.
51. And who is that?
I would have to look up because I think it changed recently.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Might be Casey Castle.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Correct. But,
Recently passed away.
exactly, yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah, very sad to hear. He was one of the really strong supporters of no smoking in poker. A lot of people don't know that. That back in the day, you used to be able to smoke at all the poker tables. And now, it's pretty much gone, right?
Yeah, I've been to a few places in Asia and in Africa where it's still,
Okay.
you're still allowed. But you're right, for the most part, you're not allowed, especially in tournament poker.
Hello, Quentin. No parlez-vous français? We do not have any French-speaking coverage, unfortunately. So I hope you're able to enjoy it either in English or German. We're doing in both, English and German. We do have a WPT Prime coming up in Paris as well. So Quentin, hope you're able to join us there. World Poker Tour. Putting the world in the World Poker Tour. All right, Derlewanger here with 8-7 offsuit. Continues his aggression, raises to 725. Frick with King 3 offsuit. Folds. Tremblay with 9-3. All right, Derlewanger takes down another one. This time with 7-8. Now, if you're now one of the other players, are you just getting frustrated with what he's doing? Or are you just being patient? I mean, I would be frustrated.
Yeah, but the more poker you play, you understand that is part of the game. That sometimes, you know, you have the chip lead. Other times, you know, you're handcuffed because of ICM. And I think most studied poker players can realize that. So if you are getting frustrated, then I think you have to work on your mental game.
Okay. I mean, the next prize is 42,000. First place over 200,000. Second place is 132. So there's a lot of, like you said, ICM implications here for these players. So just trying to ladder up thousands and thousands of dollars and thousands of Swiss francs being won here. CHF is the symbol for Swiss francs if you're watching around the world. I think the Swiss franc right now is about 85 cents in US dollars.
Okay.
That's my guess.
And some trivia for you. Did you know that we have a $1,000 note?
Oh, nice.
1,000 Swiss franc note.
Beautiful.
So one of the largest denomination of notes in the world.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I'd like to have a few of those. Do you have any that I could?
I only have 200s.
Okay. All right. All right, friend here folds to 7-8. And Michalik now with queens.
He called.
He calls again. What is going on here? No, look at this. Derlewanger. He's got the same hand here. Oh, my goodness. What if he shoves here, Michalik? I mean, what is he doing with these limps?
I don't know, but again, it's this blind on blind situation. Hopefully he comes over the top this time.
Okay.
All right, so...
And Derlewanger did raise to 750.
Yeah,
There you go.
All in and a call.
He did move all in.
Oh,
And a call, queens versus queens. Only a flush.
Queen, queen.
Get it in the day.
Small blind, big blind. Wow.
All right, queen versus queens. I hate them, these bad. I think there should be two things. You should either just chop it right now, or you should run it out until somebody wins.
Oh my gosh.
One or the other. It's going to be a split pot here. What do you think of my idea?
I kind of like it in a way.
Do you like which one?
The second one where you just run it until someone wins.
I mean, that's a way to do it, right? Somebody's going to win eventually, but yeah. It'd be painful. Upcoming events here at the Grand Casino Liechtenstein, you'll see there in the bottom graphic. 100K challenge coming up. The 222 guarantee, Bounty Hunter, and the million guaranteed Euro Poker Million. This prize pool was over 1.4 million Swiss francs, and first place taking him over 200,000 Swiss francs. All right, friend here with Queen Deuce. He folds. Mark Sen now with ace queen. He raises to 600,000. Michalek with the 6-5 folds. Derlewang with 9 deuce in the small blind. Look, he's thinking. He's going to fold this one. Come on, Maureen. He's not playing this. There it is. He found a fold. And Frick now with Jack 10 of diamonds. My favorite hand. Jack 10 suited. I like my idea in the chat. Just run it till somebody wins.
Exactly.
Maximum pain. We do get a call with the Jack 10 from Frick. And the flop is 1 diamond, 4, 4, 8. Ace Queen in the lead for Mark Sen. Jack 10 is my favorite hand, but when you get a flop like that, just kind of, that's the end of, you're into your fun. Frick checks it. Sen now continues best 425. And fold. Frick does fold. Like I said, you said it earlier, but the dealers here are so great. You know, you just notice. You don't even notice they're there. That's the trait of really a good dealer, just not even noticing they're there.
You know, their technique is great. They know their rules. They control the table, and it's a pleasure. I love
Absolutely
playing here, and also love across Europe.
All right. You can run with ace queen now. And he's moved all in. All in for 2.7. Sen folds king jack. Fold there. Michalek 7-6 folds. Zerlewanger now with queen 5 has folded. And it's going to go all the way around the table. Nico Friend's going to win this hand. Increases his stack. I don't think we're streaming from Nottingham, Ollie, but we'll be later on at Paris, of course, in Australia, and in Montreal. We're here on SpadePoker TV, Grand Casino Liechtenstein. This is the WPT Prime Liechtenstein. Myself, Matt Savage, and Maureen Blocking are here in the booth. Tony Dunst will be joining us in just a little bit. If Leander doesn't bust the entire table before then, he'll be joining us, and Tony is just a master of commentary. Very fun to listen to and hear him. Hopefully you can stick around and Maureen be a part of that. Derlewanger now with the ace-10. I'm sure he'll be raising. Just we'll see how much he's going to be raising. And there is the raise. Raises a 725. Frick now with ace-4. And his stack has diminished to 3.3 million, but he does find the fold there with the ace-4. And Tremblay with 7 deuce. He folds now, friend. He's got 2.9 million with pocket threes. This is the hand you're going to make a stand with, Maureen? He does.
Yeah, he does.
He's moved all in. And Derlewanger has asked for a count. And with our action clocks, we do give a count every single time somebody makes a bet. The dealer will count it out, then start the clock. So once the dealer's counted it out, announce the amount, the player has 30 seconds to make a decision.
4,300,000.
4,300,000.
And it is
3,300,000.
3,300,000.
Right, right.
3.2 million. He makes the call.
All right, off to the races.
All right, threes versus overcards, ace 10.
Flip, Leandro has 10.
Could have an elimination here. Nico Friend with the pocket threes. All right, we'll go to the flop. Flop is a king 10, or excuse me, king queen 8. Got shot straight here for De Luanger. Threes are in the lead. Turn card is a 4. Nico Friend looking to double up here with those pocket threes. De Luanger looking to take his first hit in a while here. 7 on the river, and he does. Nico Friend doubles up. Wins that pot 3.3 million.
And again, Nico is one of the more accomplished players at the table. He does have experience at final tables playing large international tournaments. So him getting more chips and more momentum, I think the other players will also have to adjust their strategy.
Okay, here, Leandro, are you slowing down here, or are you just continue?
I think he'll continue, but the other players like Sen, Tremblay, Mikielek will have to like really tiptoe around the two of them.
And he's down to 33 million. Still more than he started the day with. 112 big blinds at this 150-300 level. Chalik with king 10 folds. De Luanger with 4-3. This will tell us right now if he's slowing down or not. And
No.
no. He does make the raise. Raises to 600,000. Frick with 10-5. Folds. And Tremblay now with 2 queens. And 3.6 million. Counting it out. He will move all in. Friend with 10-9. He folds, and I would imagine that De Luanger will fold and does. And Tremblay picks up a nice little pot.
Yeah.
Twee handjes worden nog gedaan. Back to back. Ja.
Okay, Leonardo's not slowing down. He just opened again. Under the
9-8
gun.
this time. Frick, we did see a 6-3. Yeah, there he's folded. Now Tremblay. Has folded, and now to Nico Friend with the ace-jack. Lets it go. Sen with the worst hand in poker folds, and Michalik will let the jack-7 go. De Luanger picks up another one. Frick now with king 7. He folds. Manfred Frick is from Germany.
Yeah, he's a car salesman, according to his bio sheet.
Oh, he's been doing that for 32 years, and his favorite poker player is Maria Ho. I think a lot of people have that same answer. Everybody loves Maria.
No, she's amazing.
All right, here we go again.
What?
We have another interview.
Oh.
Oh. All right, I guess we don't have an interview. All right, here we go. Continuing on. Trembler with Jack 5 of spades. Friend with ace 3 folds. Mihalik with the ace 3. He does move all in, 2.8 million. Derlewanger folds 6-5. Frick now with queen 4. He folds. And Mihalik does win this pot. Talking about the Women in Poker Hall of Fame in the chat. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am. And Angelica was inducted at the
that's
last
right.
ceremony 2 years ago, yes.
And we're just talking about Maria Ho.
2022.
She's in there as well. What do you have to be, like 30 to get into that?
A minimum 35 years of age,
Okay.
10 years in the industry.
Okay.
And actually, it was announced this morning that nominations are open to the public.
Oh, okay, good. I'll have to throw one in there for you.
Oh,
All right, we got all ins and calls. Ace 3 for Mihalik. He's all in with ace 3. Up against queens for Derlewanger. And we're going to see it.
Queen ska
Non,
gå.
As-3. Leandro, les dames.
Ja. Ja, de förtjänt att 3,5 miljoner.
We'll go to the flop here. We see Brendan and Christian in the background.
As-3 de trèfle. As-3 de
All right, you have to tell me what they're saying.
they're saying as-3, like ace 3.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
just
I
telling the
figured that.
rail.
All right, we have a 3 right there on the flop. Queens are still in the lead, but the Jack 9-3 flop. So Mihalik has flopped a pair of 3s. 2 cards to come. He's looking for an ace or a 3. Now a king on the turn. He's down to 4 outs. 3 aces, 1 3, and here's the river. The Jack, that's going to do it. We're going to lose Mihalik. He is our 6th place finisher, taking home 42,000. Matej Mihalik from Czech Republic is our 6th place finisher.
Hello, Mate. First of all, congratulations for your 6th place. How are you feel about it? You are happy or sad?
Yeah, I'm happy. I think I made a lot of good decisions, but also a few bad ones. But in general, I didn't expect to even get to the money. So
Yes, I heard it's supposed to be only the trip, and now you final in the final table. So, okay, thank you very much.
thank you.
All right, thanks, Ella. And we're back to the action here. Derlewong are now up to 38 million in chips. Wow.
Timing. Yeah, timing.
All right, the next prize is 55,000 Swiss francs. You know, bothers me that that's worth more than the US dollar, you know? You guys, what do you think you're doing here? Huh?
I don't know. It is what it is.
Frick with jacks. You know us Americans. We feel like, we should have the top of everything.
I know.
You know. And that's why you moved to Switzerland. You moved here. Why? You found love? What's the situation?
I graduated from university in New Jersey,
Okay.
and then I studied art history. Basically wanted to experience Europe, the art. Wound up falling in love, getting a job, then finding love, and then staying.
Ah, okay. So it wasn't love at first sight. It was love at second sight for you?
Well, love at first sight, but stage 3.
They have art here in Europe? There's some art
Come
here?
on, not.
Okay.
Actually, some beautiful museums in Vaduz.
Okay, nice. Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Also, sculptures all over the street. It really is a beautiful place, Liechtenstein.
Okay, so Vaduz is the city here
Yes.
for Liechtenstein. Is it
The capital.
The capital of Liechtenstein. Okay. Yeah. My wife and son are here with me, and they went down there and checked that out, and they enjoyed it. They had a good time, taking a lot of pictures with all the street art and things that they had down there. Derlewong are now with ace-8. Will continue his aggression. He raises to 675.
Also very good hand.
Frick now with 7 deuce. Folding. Tremblay now with ace queen.
I think he has to go with it.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with that bust out now, right? The implications aren't as much. But for a bigger amount. And now he does move all in. 4.2 million. Friend now with queen deuce. Taking away one of Tremblay's outs if he does happen to call. Another ace out there. Ace 5. And now Derlewanger with 37 million in chips. Can he find a call here for 4.2 million? And is he going to double up Tremblay, who would have probably the second biggest stack if he were to win this, going from the short stack? And he does make a good fold here. Good disciplined fold here for Leandro. I think Leandro is playing exceptional with this kind of stack. You don't get an opportunity to play this stack very often, so it's kind of a unique dynamic of how do you play a hand like this? Or how do you...
And he is a very good player, so even without a big stack, his skills are very good, and I would say that players would have to navigate around him, even with a middling size or a short stack.
Leandro's a nurse. I've been doing that for 10 years. Playing poker for 10 years as well.
But not for this action.
Okay, so it's a little bit of a joke. He wrote that his favorite poker player is Sam Dukeskin. He's actually one of the well-known Swiss players in the top 10 GPI.
Okay, so why is that a joke?
It's his friend. So
Maybe it is his favorite player.
yeah, but that's who that is.
I might put down Maureen as my favorite player. Who is your favorite player?
My favorite player, Kristen Bicknell.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Well, she's so sweet. She's awesome.
Well,
And not only she's so sweet, but she's a killer on the table.
yeah, and for me, it's about being a killer online and on the live belt, and she brings it both. So
Tremblay wins another pot here with ace queen. Yeah, she sure does. And yeah, one of my favorite people. Matter of fact, when I met her in Alberta, Canada. And she told me, I said, hi, nice to meet you. And this was probably 10 years ago, 10 years ago. And she said, yeah, I'm not much of a tournament player. I just usually play online in cash. I don't play many tournaments. And now look at her.
yeah.
It's incredible.
And she's leading the female GPI again.
Once again. I think
Yes.
she's already won it 3 times.
Yeah.
So,
She's amazing. Yeah, speaking of celebrity poker players, Matt, you need to bring some next year.
yeah, I would love to do that. For sure.
One fold.
Derloanger with ace deuce.
Yeah, all in.
Surprise.
He's moved all in. And Frick with queen jack.
And this is the second or third hand. Oh,
He makes the call.
yeah. And he walks into it.
It's only 47%. Basically a flip. However, Derloanger does have the ace of diamonds as well.
Promise to double me up. Now it's the time.
And Frick wants a double up here. Manfred Frick, 32 years a car salesman. Does car salesman have a negative connotation here in
No.
like it does in the U.S.? There is an ace right on the flop, but also a jack and a 10. A king now would be a straight for Mr. Frick. But with 2 cards to come, he is now trailing in this pot. Turn card is a 3. So Derloanger now having him to just 9 outs to double up or become our 5th place finisher. And it's a 7. And Derloanger has won another pot, eliminating Manfred Frick in 5th place, taking home 55,000 US franc, or Swiss francs, excuse me, Swiss francs, and a good week's work. That's a lot of car sales, 55,000.
Yes, a lot.
All right. We're down to the final 4. Players now earning at least 73,000.
Hello, Manfred. How do you feel about this tournament?
I'm happy with my result. It was not so easy because maybe you saw the chip leader. He has huge amount of chips and he was pushing a lot. And now I was short and I choose to make the call. But I'm happy with the 5th place. It's okay. I'm happy with this result.
Okay, I searched something about you and I searched that you play only 1 year poker. So can you explain to me how did you get to final table?
That's not the truth. I play for a long time, but I focus on cash games. And now 1 year ago, I started to focus on tournaments because now our son, Florian, who joined us here today, he came a long way to support me and this was very, very nice. And now I have the opportunity to travel together with my wife and play some tournaments. That's why I play tournaments regularly since 1 year. Yeah.
Okay, and what is your future goal?
Okay, I think you will be laughing, but I want to win a bracelet.
Okay.
I was close to it when I was to Las Vegas this year. I played the seniors event and I closed on 21st, but I have been on 4th in the chip count and 2 unlucky spots. So it's the dream of every poker player. And okay, I will follow this dream and I start again.
Okay, and your son will follow your journey or path?
Yes, he already started to play poker as well, and he told me we have to practice in some heads up. And to be honest, he's a tough opponent, and I have to struggle. Sometimes he beats me, and so I have a very good coach by my side. But I want to say one big thank you to one man which I follow every video. It's Jonathan Little. Maybe if you hear this, thanks a lot. Your videos help me a lot.
Thank you very much, Manfred. Wish you luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ella. We're back with the final 4 players, 73,000.
Now, Matt, with your experience, is this usually a time where players start talking a deal? And would a deal be allowed?
Yeah, and just in this spot with Derloanger having such a big chip lead and command of this table, I don't foresee it happening. I mean, unless they wanted to do something which I've seen before, is just give him first place. That's basically how the only deal I think that he would take or should take, to be honest. And that's never a good deal for the other three players in the tournament either. So I'm not opposed to deals, but I don't think that in this situation it warrants one. Yeah, I was unaware of how he got this big chip stack yesterday. We should have talked to him a little bit about that. But yeah, he's just definitely crushing it out here
Big number.
in Liechtenstein.
Maybe bigger than this one. Okay.
Now 73% of all chips in play.
Incredible.
Oh, I heard we can talk about it anytime.
From Derlewanger.
No, from in the hoodie. So maybe.
Would you ever consider giving the guy all the money?
I mean, crazy things happen, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, look at that, the numbers here. Fourth place, 73,000. Second place, 132,000. That's quite a jump.
Yeah, absolutely.
So maybe they would want to flatten that out. Let's see.
Yeah, but if I'm Derlewanger, I'm not allowing people to make deals, you know, without me being involved. So. You see over there, Nico looking at the chips, and everybody wants to see the chip counts. Very important at this stage, and see if Derlewanger will keep up the pressure here. It's traveling now 5.6 million, has Queen 10. Friend now with Queen 4 of diamonds.
Okay, so Sen with 3.5 million with the blinds is about a 10 or 11 big blind stack. The shorty at the moment.
All right, ace jack for friend. He raises to 600,000. Friend and Sen. Now Derlewanger. Let's call 450. He has 8-4 offsuit. Oh, he's going to 3-bet here. I'm not sure about this one. He's been doing it a lot. I mean, obviously he knows what he's doing, but now with 4 players left, we'll just have to see how it plays out. deal making is a part of poker. You know, it's been discussed here. It's a part of poker, but we'll see how this plays out. And Derlewanger now with that 3-bet, putting Friend back in the pressure cooker. You calling here with ace-jack?
I think you have to go over the top, like what he just did.
Okay. It's raised here to 5.1 million, and that'll draw a quick fold from Derlewanger.
And by this time, I'm sure Fren has the information from the stream that Leonardo has been 3-betting a lot. So far in this stream, all his 3-bets went uncontested, and everyone has folded. So now Fren is actually playing back at him.
I just noticed right now we're down to 4 Swiss players.
Oh,
That's amazing.
that is.
Yeah, last year this event was won by a gentleman from Slovakia. Is that what it was?
I believe so, Slovakia.
Okay. And so it's nice to see a lot of locals doing quite well in this event. You guys have a great flag. I like that flag.
It's
I think it
big
means
plus.
it's a big plus. I think it means like that's a medical flag somewhere else in the world, isn't it? Not? Is it not?
No, the medical flag is inverted.
It's
The
inverted.
colors are a little bit inverted. Yeah, for the Red Cross.
Okay.
Yeah.
Derlewanger now at 9-3 and raising. David Bush says, do away with the deals. And fold from Tremblay. Fran with 4-3 also folds. Derlewanger wins this one. It's quite a stack there.
Yeah.
And the winner of this tournament will get 2 trophies. The Grand Casino Trophy, also our WPT Prime Trophy. And our next WPT Prime will be at WPT Prime UK, the 11th through the 16th of September. So that's like this week, right?
Correct.
At Dusk to Dawn in Nottingham. It's a very large poker club, from what I've heard. And Derlewanger now with ace-6. His biggest score to date for Derlewanger is 50K. So he's already collected his biggest score ever in the game, which is very nice to see. Marksen now with Jack-8 of hearts. Facing Derlewanger's raise. Gone to a time bank. Still has quite a few of them remaining. Does make the call, and here we go to the flop. Flop Jack 7-7. Marksen with the Jack-8 has a gut shot. But Derlewanger in the lead with the ace high. Marksen checks. And Derlewanger bets 300,000. And the call's been made. An 8 on the turn. And so now Marksen has turned a pair of 8s. Also, a 9 would make a straight for both players, but Mark has the Jack, which would make the higher straight, and so he's all in for 2.2 million. And Derlewanger has a decision to make. After the count of 2.2 million. No call. Good fold there by Leandro.
Ja, dat is waar. Dat is wel. Dat is klaar.
We are coming to you live from the Grand Casino Liechtenstein WPT Prime. Again, first place in this event is over 200,000 Swiss francs and that seat to the WPT World Championship in Wynn Las Vegas, where they can win millions more. And Tremblay now with Jack 7 suited. He folds. Nico with Ace 3 offsuit. $750. Now Mark Sen with Ace Jack of diamonds. We haven't seen too many confrontations between players outside of Dirlewanger all day.
I mean, even after winning that last pot, Sen is the short stack at the table.
He has used one of his time extensions here. And he does shove all in. Dirlewanger folds, and Friend gets out of the way. And Mark Sen wins the pot. I keep singing 99 Love Balloons here. I don't know why. I believe I saw Nana's going to be here. Nina.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
I missed that one.
Yes.
Okay.
You know the song?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Can you sing it for me?
Oh my God, no! I'm such a bad singer.
Let's go. Grand Casino CEO Chino Dundar is an excellent singer. Maybe you guys don't know that. He's also an excellent dancer.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. Showed me a video of him dancing down the streets. I think he was a professional dancer. And Dirlewanger now has aces. And what is he asking? Maybe for the size of his stack? Is this a ploy here to make him believe that he has less of a hand than he actually has? Let's see if it works. Aces? Seven deuce is not going to do it.
Yeah.
Sherry Towley Pluskoda in the chat. You know she has an alias, Towley.
I did not know that.
She does the voice of Towley
Okay.
for a show. She's actually the voice of it.
I just know her by Peaches.
Yeah,
Her
Peaches.
nickname.
Yeah, that's right. And a lot of people don't know about her hidden talents of voice acting. 10-4 for Mark Sen. Mark folds. Dirlewanger with 10-3. I mean, is his arm going to get tired here, raising every pawn? Raises to 850. Nico Friend folds, and we have not had a break here, and it looks like they're taking our first one here at our final table. So we will be right back from the poker room at the Grand Casino, Liechtenstein, for the WPT Prime. We'll be right back.
So hello guys, I have for you one question. So everybody will pick one question. So for you, pick one.
What challenges have you faced playing this game? I'll definitely say like mental challenges. Like at one point you get up to a certain stack, and then all of a sudden you lose, and you have to keep your mental game like cool in order not to like be on tilt and continue playing your A game.
How and when did you start playing poker? It's roughly 10, 11 years ago. And yeah. And how? I was playing first home games and then in a small poker club in Zurich downtown. And the poker club made me survive the pandemic.
So the question is, when the tournament is over, what will be the first thing you do? That's a good question. Probably smoke a hookah and chill, like every day. I don't know. Yeah, smoke a hookah and chill. But the tournament is only over on Monday, so should be good.
Why would you recommend people play poker? That's also a very good question. I would say so I can earn a bit more money.
Do you have a poker role model, and who? I don't have one.
You are your own role model. No.
How and when did you start playing poker? Well, when I was a child, actually. I was like 10 or 12 years old. Not for real money, of course, but yeah, with brothers, family, we started playing poker and other card games. And yeah, still playing a lot, still having fun.
if you won, what would you do with the money? Well, I would probably just save it for future projects, not spending immediately.
Okay. And what kind of projects?
I don't know. In the long run, maybe invest them for the future.
Do you have other hobbies except poker?
Except poker.
Nah.
No.
Only poker. Yeah.
Okay.
What does your family think about your playing poker? Oh, my family don't like it. But I tell them for about 15 years, I think, yeah. But I work for a casino for 3 years, yeah.
Why did you come to this event? I think the prize pool is quite intriguing, and he took me, so here we are.
Okay. Thank you very much.
This September, the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup returns down under for WPT Australia at the Star Gold Coast. The festival runs from September 12 to 25 and features an 8,000 Aussie dollar buy-in WPT Championship event starting September 20th. Last year, the lion's share of the 4.5 million Australian dollar prize pool went to Richard Lee, who conquered a field of 600 entries, taking home over $850,000, a seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas, and his name forever engraved on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. Join us for this year's festival and seize your chance to become our next WPT champion. Visit WPT.com for more details and the full schedule. After an incredible event earlier this season, the WPT is headed back to Playground in Montreal for another exciting festival. From October 14th to the 30th, players from all over will come together for WPT Playground. The action kicks off with a WPT 500 event running from October 14th to the 21st, with a 590 Canadian dollar buy-in and a 400,000 Canadian dollar guarantee. This is a great way to kick off another massive series here. In addition, we'll have the 1,150 Canadian dollar WPT Prime Championship boasting an 800,000 Canadian dollar guarantee from October 20th to the 25th. And for those looking to take on the best, the 3,500 Canadian dollar WPT Playground Championship runs from October 24th to the 30th with a guaranteed prize pool of $1.5 million. It's your shot at etching your name in poker history and taking home a massive score. Get ready for another unforgettable festival at WPT Playground. We'll see you in Montreal.
Hello, Anka. How do you feel about this event? Like, can you tell me your emotion or how do you feel?
I feel good. I played one tournament, one day tournament. I win. I'm happy I win it. And then after that I played 1K tournament, and I passed like 50 place, 50. Well, I think I run good. For now.
Okay. And maybe like next time, what can you improve?
I don't know exactly what to say. Well,
if you notice like something, or it will be like the same results.
Well, I hope it is better results in the bigger tournament, but you need also some luck. Without luck, you cannot win no tournament. So yes. Well, I run good, but at the second day I have less hands and I don't hit that much. And then I go with the last 4 big blinds all in. And yes, ace 4 again, ace jack, and yeah, I bust out.
But
yeah, I run good,
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Okay, and could you tell me how did you start with poker?
Well, my father was a poker player, and then he teach us like children. I was like 9 or 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
We'd play at home 5-card poker with my parents, just for fun. So yes, and then I came to Switzerland, and I started to play like 2001.
Mm-hmm.
I play like so home games, home tournaments, small tournaments, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2010 I came to Liechtenstein and to stay here, and we were also to Vegas
Mm-hmm.
and play a little bigger tournament, like $100, $200. And then yeah, it was really fun. And then we play here in the region. First, this casino doesn't exist, so we play in Casino Austria in Bregenz
Mm-hmm.
a lot. And after that, this casino came, and I also worked here 3.5 years, like a croupier, like a poker dealer also. And yes, I do see things a lot, poker players, and well,
Mm-hmm. And
take a lot of skills also
Mm-hmm.
with me through this job.
Mm-hmm. So, like as a dealer, you achieve some skills maybe to observe the players and like this.
Yes, you have. I learned something about a lot of players, a lot of people,
Mm-hmm.
and I know a lot of people from the region because, my husband has also this community. He built this community.
Okay, which
Ole Poker community, which is for free, and he also do people staking and coaching,
Mm-hmm.
and I learn a lot from him.
Mm-hmm.
And my poker game is better.
Mm-hmm. And I have the question, like now is your job poker, or what do you do now in life?
No, I do some office and poker player, yes.
Mm-hmm. So like you're professional or maybe like a hobby?
Still hobby,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm trying to reach the the second level.
Mm-hmm. So maybe in the future it will be like job.
More, maybe in the future. Now I'm like 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we will see what's happened.
Yes.
But that was really nice. Really nice.
Okay, Anka, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to your SpadePoker. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Bonjour! Pack your bags because the World Poker Tour is returning to Paris for the WPT Prime Paris. We have planned an action-packed 2 weeks festival starting from October 14th at the Club Circus Paris. The highlight of the festival will be the WPT Prime Paris Championship, running from October 23rd until the 28th, with a 1,100 years buy-in. Last year's event attracted an impressive prize pool of over €1 million, with our champion Fabrice Bigot taking home the WPT Prime Trophy, as well as a first prize of $194,000. Don't miss your chance to join him and become WPT Prime Champion. We will see you in Paris in October.
4.5 at 8, but 500.
You win the first open. You win the first play, and can take 100,000, 100,000. One 100,000 each, maybe.
I'm giving you.
Yeah.
And we're back. We see the final 4 players remaining are playing for at least 73,000 Swiss francs. First place over 200,000. Players have not yet returned to the table. There is talks of All right, we're back with the final 4 players. Leandro
200, 400.
De Longer. That's a huge deal. No deal, it says on the bottom of the screen. First time I've seen that graphic on a live stream. A lot of times they don't discuss what those deals are, but this case, we know there is no deal. And Leandro, with that huge chip lead, must not have come up with anything that he thought suitable. So we'll continue on with the final 4 players. De Longer here has King 4 of clubs. Blinds are now 2 and 400,000. And he has raised to 900,000. Tremblay with 4.1 million has ace 7. And he's going to move all in. Fren has folded. And Sen with 7-3 is folded. And De Longer makes the fold. Consistent aggression from De Longer. We are in Grand Casino Liechtenstein for the WPT Prime. This is the final 4 players. We are on a 30-minute delay. We are on YouTube and all of our WPT. WPT.com also has live updates if you want to check those out. We have Christian Zeche and BJ Nemeth. They are out there doing our live updates. 2 of the best in the business. You doing, time traveler? Cox out there. In the live stream, we are watching the live stream chat. If you have any questions or comments, please ship them along. Matt Savage here with Maureen Blockinger. Tony Dunst is rumored to be waking up and getting his morning coffee, ready to join us very shortly.
How exciting.
And
Live from Las Vegas.
Live from Las Vegas. Nico Fren here with 8s. I like this table. Sen folds Queen 3. De Longer folds the Jack Deuce. And Tremblay lets it go, and Fren wins with his 8s. De Longer now raises to 800,000 with 5-3 of hearts. Tremblay with ace 4. Do you think at this stage you're going to be playing back at them, Maureen, a little bit more or not?
Yeah, he also played back last hand, facing the raise, also with the ace-7. Here we go, all in.
And there it goes. All in for 5.2 million. Nico Friend folds his queen 4. They're no longer thinking about it, but I think this hand finds the muck as well. And there it goes. So Tremblay picks up another one. He's up to 6.8 million. 4 players remaining, all Swiss. What are the Swiss most famous for? I'll give you the American impression.
Okay, tell me.
Cheese. Swiss cheese. Swiss watches. Skiing. That's it. That's all I got.
Not Swiss Army knives and banking?
Ah, Swiss Army knives. Yeah, banking. Yes. And being neutral.
Yes.
Yes. The Army knives, yeah. All right. Derlewanger has raised. Don't know what he raised to. Looked like he might have moved all in. Yeah, all in for 39 million. And Tremblay with Queen Jack suited. Does let it go. Friend with ace 10. He does find the fold. At some point, these guys are going to have to make a stand against him. Mark Sen now with ace 7. No call.
You know, I think with Fren, he's now one of the middling stacks, and Sen is the short stack, so that ace-10 fold is quite a good fold because he does want that ladder.
Ragnar made a good point. Chocolate. Swiss chocolate.
Oh, yes. Chocolate.
Yeah. Can't forget your chocolate. How is Swiss cheese made? Why is there holes in Swiss cheese?
I don't know.
Come on.
I thought that was a joke.
No, there's...
Yeah, because, well, depending on the cheese, there's different processes.
So what would create the holes in Swiss cheese? If you're out there in the chat and you know the answer to this, or
Yeah,
you can
please
Google
Google
it
chat.
Why is there holes in Swiss cheese?
And we don't call it Swiss cheese. We call it Emmentaler.
Ah, yeah. Emmentaler. All right. Emmentaler. It's the one with the holes in it.
Yes.
Okay. I'm a big fan. All right. Sen with ace 3 of diamonds shoves and gets it through. All right. Colin Capone with a nice comment for Maureen Blockinger. Said she's amazing. Definitely want to hear more of her.
Thank you, Colin.
Oh. Do we know Colin?
Yes, I know him from playing live in the USA.
Okay. WPT Prime UK Championship coming up, followed by the WPT Australia Championship and WPT Playground right behind that. Nico Friend with 4-3 of hearts.
So we do have a comment about Switzerland being a very expensive country. And just one thing I want to address, that yes, it's a little bit expensive, but I think for the money you spend, you do get quality.
Okay.
Quality accommodations, quality food, etc. I don't know. What was your experience here?
It's expensive. That's fine. It's beautiful and worth it. I mean, I think it's worth worth it for the experience. But yeah, it's not cheap here. But yeah, you really can taste the quality and things like that. So I have enjoyed it, and I will be back.
And there are some partner hotels in Austria, which you can also get for a very good deal. So I don't want to deter the listeners for not having Liechtenstein on their poker travel bucket list.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, nearby Austria, Germany, and Italy. It's very centrally located. It can definitely take trains to get here. You can fly into the Zurich airport. There's definitely some access here. And Derlewanger has raised 10.5 up to 800,000. And he's moved all in with the ace-5 Tremblay has. And he wins this one. All right. Derlewanger now is raised with Jack-4 of diamonds to 1 million. Mark Sen, 600,000 to call with ace-6. And he finds a fold. All right, upcoming events here at the Grand Casino Liechtenstein. You see them down below. The 100K Challenge 222-222. Guaranteed bounty under the $1 million guaranteed Euro Poker Million. If you get a chance to come out, please do. It's a beautiful country. Small country, but very beautiful. This casino is surrounded by the Swiss Alps and the Liechtenstein Alps, right?
Yes, correct. And if you're lucky and get table 39, you can just sit there and watch the Alps from the poker table.
Yeah, it's a beautiful view from poker. Has to be the most beautiful I've ever seen. Jack 10 for Sen. And raised to an all-in raise to $4 million. $4 million. And a fold, and Sen has won the pot. And you said you know Mark from Swiss Poker?
Yeah, I know a lot of these guys at the final table from poker, from the Swiss poker scene. They've been around, 10 years, 15 years, like myself. And yeah, all three of them, Friend, Send, and Derlewanger, I played with before. So if any of them get chips, and if you're at the table with them, of course they can play. I don't have much experience with Tremblay. He's in the French part of Switzerland, so I don't have many chances to play with him.
All right, Friend with 9-5 of spades folds. And Sen also folds. Derlewanger with 10-9 in the small blind. Marianne, my wife, is here with my son, first time. He's been to this part of the country. He said it's the most beautiful place he's ever been. And Marianne's out in the fields, singing like Julie Andrews. Can you sing that song for me?
I told you, I'm not a good singer.
The hills are alive with the sound of music. That was not filmed here.
No, it was not.
It was in Austria.
Correct.
Okay. But it's the same type of layout, I would say.
Same scenery,
Same
yes,
scenery.
but yeah. But like I told Matt and Marianne, if they want to experience the sound of music, there are tours in Salzburg, Austria.
Really?
Yes, you can take the Sound of Music tour.
Wow. All right. Ace-8, and Derlewanger has moved on for 40 million. Yeah, I might do that. Matter of fact, I was just up in... Oh, we got a call. And Friend has him pretty dominated here. Ace-9 versus Ace-8. Derlewanger all in 40 million, all in call for Ace-9. And Friend makes a stand here with the Ace-9. Potential split pot here, but for the most part, he's pretty dominated. 66% to 34. And we'll see how it goes. The flop is Ace-6. Ace-6 and a deuce. Now, possible split pot if a deuce were to fall. Turn card is a king. And again, it would be a split pot if other cards were to fall. Now 25 outs. And only 3 of those to win. Lot of split pot outs. A 3 on the river is not going to do it. Friend's going to double up here with a nice Ace-9 double up. So there's a Sound of Music museum in Salzburg.
A tour. So they take you to where parts of the movie were filmed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I was up in Sweden and I went to the Avicii experience, which was really cool, and also went to the ABBA Museum.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I haven't stopped singing that in my head since then, you know. Dancing Queen and money, 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 give me money.
I know that song.
It's a rich man's world. No?
I know that
That's the way it
song,
goes,
yes.
right?
Yes.
I'm pretty good.
It does.
You have to admit.
Yeah, so maybe next time Players Party, we'll have a karaoke.
No, let's not do that. Cancel. All right, down to 37 million, but Derlewanger still 91 bigs. Second place has 21 bigs, so. Now, when you get to a stack, when are you shoving and when are you just raising? Does it have to be 10 big blinds or less before you're shoving, or are you a little more conscious at that time?
Again, with this dynamic, I think I would be shoving more, although GTO would say you can still, you know, raise off of a 10 or 11 big blind stack. But with this table dynamic, I think I would be shoving more. With a 24 big blind stack, I still think we're going to be opening, so that would be Friend stack. But with Mark Sen's stack, I think we just have, you know, fold or jam.
Okay. Sen with 9-7 here. And I think, you know, maybe in the situation earlier where we saw the player shove with 3 deuce, there's some frustration or just you're just tired of getting raised every single hand, and you have a short stack, so you got to make a stand at some point. So I think maybe he thought that he could get that through, and just didn't work out at that time.
Yeah, or perhaps he thought he was priced in, being the small blind. I don't know. And he was suited and thought he would give it a go.
The problem is you play so well to reach this spot, and then you're on a live stream and people see you do that, and they're like, "What are you doing?" You had to have played well to get to this spot. All right, we have a full house flop by Mark Sen.
Wow.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
It's not a full house. Did I see a 9? It
Yeah,
did.
I saw a 977.
Okay.
No, it is.
Whoa, what is going on? Started talking about ABBA, and I'm like going into the. Okay, he did flop in full house. Derlewanger is going to bet this. First time of the tournament, we might see him start to leak a little oil here. All right, Sen. It's going to go for a raise here, it looks like. And maybe just a call would be the best choice. And he does. He does make the call. Well played, Mark. Now we'll go to the turn, and it is a 4. So Derlewanger turns a gut shot straight draw, a check to Derlewanger. And I think he asked for a count of Sen's remaining chips. See what happens. I mean, you get a stack like that, sometimes it feels like you're invincible, right? But
Yeah.
675 is the bet from Derlewanger.
I like the call.
Yes, absolutely. If 6 were to fall, it would be a straight for Derlewanger. And the river is a 4. So Derlewanger is playing the board here. Sen. Does shove all in. That's going to win the pot. And Mark Sen with a nice pot there, increasing his stack to 6.9 million. All right, still the top 4. 73,000 Swiss francs. First place, 200,592. That's Swiss francs, about 250,000 US dollars. Plus, don't forget that that does not include the $10,400 World Championship seat to the Wynn Las Vegas in December, where these players can win millions more. Last place, last year, the first place in that event was over 5 million. Dan Sepio, the champion there. Mark Sen now with Queens. Derlewanger with 7-4 of diamonds. Derlewanger makes the call here. The flop is 2 pair, 7-4 ace. Sen with queens. They're going with 2 pair, 7s and 4s. Let's see how this hand plays out. The split screen is up. Mark checks. And a check. All right. Turn card is an 8. Mark said now, first act. He checks again. I think Mark's here is checking to trap, or is he? Do you think that he?
Possibly the ace-high board is slowing him down if he's giving credit to Leonardo.
And there is a bet. Bet of 1.5 million. I think Mark calls this. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure he feels like he's not putting Derluanger on the credit for an ace. And as you see, he is making the call. All right, 2 pair here. And we'll go to the river. Oh, with another ace, which counterfeits the board, and the aces and queens are now good for Mark Sen. Derluanger cannot like that card. And now Mark Sen first to act. Yes, he's moved all in. And Derluanger down to 31 million at this point. His first little leak here. In a massive pot here. I think the biggest one we've seen here at the final table. Oh my goodness. And Derluanger is using a time extension. The split screen from SpadePoker TV. Wonderful job, guys. This would be a hero call. Used a second time extension now. I think he's going to find a fold here. There's just so many hands that beat him now at this stage. If you put him on an ace,
you can see him calculating, I assume, all the combos that he could have as played, going through the action in his head. I like that he's making a calculated decision. I think we're up to 3 time bangs now, 2?
yeah, it's on the 3rd one now. Absolutely crucial pot here. The pot's already 10 million in the middle. He did make the call. And Mark Sen now with a massive pot up to 14 million in chips. And a very unfortunate river there. for Leandro, but hard to say. He hasn't run well to this point, so that one was a bad beat. And what do they say?
It's not loud enough. Oh, he was just telling the action to the rail that he had queens.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so Mark Sen now has 36 big blinds. Leonardo is 68.
All right, Derlewanger now down to 68 bigs and 27 million. Still a commanding chip lead, but you know, after you lose a pot like that, you're thinking, well, I just had this, even though I'm still the chip leader. You got to kind of refocus a little bit. And if you're the other two players in that, you said, now I have two big stacks up against us, so. And they were more or less hoping that Derlewanger would win and just eliminate everybody, and they'd come in second place at the very least, or just wait until that spot and then go for it. All right, Derlewanger now with Ace King of Diamonds up against Mark Sen, and this could look like a little steam here for Leandro if he were to put more chips in the pot, and he does so. He raises a 3-bet to 2.4 million. Tremblay folds Queen 4. The action's back to Sen. Let's see if he wants to get some of his newly found chips into the pot. It does. He makes the call. So Derlewanger now with Ace King up against King 10 for Mark Sen. And the flop is, look at this, a straight has been flopped for Mark Sen. Derlewanger now with top pair and that straight draw. Oh my goodness. Derlewanger in rough shape here on the flop of Ace Queen Jack. And he has bet 1.2 million. Still a possible split pot, but for right now, Leandro Derlewanger in rough shape, flopping top pair, top kicker up against the made straight for Mark Sen. And Mark raised to 3.2. Oh my goodness. Leandro down to 1 time extension. And that is a call. Turn card is a 7. 7 of clubs, bringing a third club to the board. Neither player with the club in their hand.
Check.
Get a check from Leandro. Wow, all in. Alejandro's asked for a count. Such a massive chip lead just 2 hands ago. Mark Sen all in for 8.6 million. Pot of the tournament. Does find a fold. Well played there by Derlewanger, and he was in a very tough spot. And with that pot, I believe, not a chip lead, but very close. Derlewanger still in the chip lead, but just by 1 million. Mark Sen was always at like one of the higher stacks, but had, I believe, as low as 4 million at this final table. Now up to 21. It's a whole new ball game now. And so, Maureen, when you're running that like he was early at this final table, and then you take a couple big hits like that, what are you thinking about?
I would possibly ask for the numbers again. ICM, maybe just, go to my rail, ask for some more information, just to make sure, I'm still playing correctly. Now he has to change his game because there's only 2 big blinds separating him from Mark Sen, and then you still have one player with less than a 20 big blind stack at the table. So perhaps we're going to see numbers and talks of a deal again.
Okay. You a little sick to your stomach? I know I would be.
Yeah, I mean, but it comes with poker, right? The table can change at any moment. Even if you're the best player, you still get the bad beats. So I think you just need to, hang in there and keep on playing your game and make the adjustments now according to the chip stacks.
Well, we just won another one, did Mark? Inching him ever close to the chip lead. But now Derlewanger has to change his strategy a bit. Cannot keep coming in raising every single pot. As you see there, folding 9-4. Nico now with Queen Jack. Knowing that the table dynamic has changed, does make the call to 200,000. Mark Sen with maybe his new favorite hand, King 10 here. What's your favorite hand?
Ace King.
Okay, all right. Did make the 3-bet to 1.4 million. Nico makes the call. Flop is ace, queen, deuce. 3 diamonds. Neither player holds a diamond in their hand. Nico checks. Nico does flop middle pair there, queens. And Mark can easily represent an ace here. Continues and bets 600,000. And a call is made by Nico. Turn card's a 4. Nico checks. Can Mark fire a second bullet here to try and get Nico to fold?
Wir setzen unsere heutige WPT-Closer-Turnier wieder fort mit den neuen Blinds. 400, 800, Big Blind NT 800. New blinds in the tournament, 400, 800, 800.
One of the hardest things to do is keep firing into these pots. Oh, but he will do it. This one might be enough.
And I think what's going through Nico's head is his story believable? He 3-bet me pre-flop, he fired again on the flop, now he's firing at the turn. Does he really have that ace? Does he already have his flush draw, or is he using his newfound chips with a bluff?
And this is commitment time for Nico because he's got to make a decision. Can he continue to call here with what a hand may just be completely dominated? That was the time extension chip going in. I think he's going to fold here. Just too much pressure. Yep, there it goes. And now we do officially have a new chip leader. Mark Sen, from humble beginnings at this final table, the new chip leader, 23.6 million, 40% of all the chips in play. So now if you're Leandro, you got to think about it. He does have position on Mark, which is nice for him. Trembling now with ace-3 of hearts. He does move all in. Jack-2s for a friend who folds. Sen with 9-7 lets it go. And Derlewanger with King-6 also folds. Tremblay wins this one.
And remember, Tremblay came into this game this morning with 10 big blinds, and now he's sitting there in the final 4. It just shows you that anything can happen in poker.
All right, now Mark with ace-jack of clubs. Do you believe in rushes? We've had this conversation with Tony before.
I know I shouldn't because of math, but I do. Yes.
Yes. I absolutely do as well. And Mark is definitely on one now. Now King-Queen for Derlewanger. Take a deep breath. Leandro, just take a deep breath. You're still in good shape, good position. And Derlewanger does make the call. 700,000 more with a King-Queen. Flop is one club, 10-5-4. Check, check. Turn card is an 8. Derlewanger checks. Check. And a check. And the river card's a 10. Marksen has the best hand if it goes check, check one more time, but we'll see what happens. Maybe Derlewanger can make a move here. He does not. He checks. I think we're just going to see a showdown here, and Marksen's going to win this pot. He does just show it down. He shows ace-jack. That's good enough to win the pot. And Marksen increases his chip lead. Again, these players have earned at least 73,000 Swiss francs. Third place, 98,000, 132 for second. First place, 200,000, 592 plus that seat to the World Championship. At Wynn Las Vegas, a $10,400 U.S. seat. First place prize pool last year was 40 million. First place was over 5 million in that event. And we have an all-in for 20 million by Derlewanger. Friend now looking at his cards, he folds. And that'll win the pot. Putting a small plug in that leak. Stop the bleeding. You have to refocus and understand that you are still doing quite well in this event. And Derlewanger now with 7 deuce. Releases. Tremblay folds. Nico with ace 3. Nico moves all in. Send folds. Nico wins the pot. Nico Friend with 8-3. Fold. Marksen now with jacks. Raises. He looked like he put out 2 million, but for some reason they gave him back some. Raised to 1.5 million. And now Derlewanger with 2 nines. Oh boy. He makes the call. And the flop is 10-5-5. 10-5-5 on the flop. Send bets 2.2 million. And Derlewanger now making the call. Turn cards is 6. Nothing has changed. Marksen still in the lead here with jacks. One-time extension. Don't believe Mark has many left either. He's already gone through a fair amount here at this final table. Still considering his options. Puts out a bet. What I believe is 5 million. Yes, 5 million is the bet. My goodness. And the call. Whew. And the river is a 6. Oh my goodness. He's moved all in. If he were to make the call here, he would be out of the tournament from 40 million in chips literally 20 minutes ago to out of the tournament if he makes this call. And I don't know. It seems like he doesn't believe him because he did call on the turn. But I do not think he can. I don't know.
And with no broadways on the flop, I think you then question yourself, you know, does he do this with king, queen? Does he do this with queen, jack suited? Does he do it with ace, king? You're again going through all the combos, and he only has one time bank left. So this is really stressful.
He did lay it down.
Yeah, nice fold.
And he'll find out later that he made the right fold. I do not believe he showed it. And Derlewanger still second in chips, but that's a long way from where we started. And I believe Tony Dunst will be coming in any minute. So stick around.
And Matt, what
break
does
this
happen?
down. Yeah.
What does happen if he does use his last time bank?
Yes.
Then the next time
His hand is dead.
It dead automatically.
Dead automatically. Facing a bet. If he was
Okay.
facing a check, it would be an automatic check.
Okay.
14 bigs, 30 bigs, and 84 now for Marksen. 33 million. He has taken the chip lead. Derlewanger still in second. Nico Friend with queen 7. Folds. Marksen now with king, queen. Now raising to 900,000. Derlewanger folds. And Tremblay with 5-3 also finds a fold. Mike Sexton used to say, doesn't look like Leandro can swallow a BB at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely The mood has changed here at this table.
And let's see if Mark Sen also picks up the aggression as the new table chip leader.
Tremblay now with threes. They're going to raise to 800,000 and a shove all in. Tremblay has moved all in. Nico with 8 deuce folds. And Derlewanger, knowing he could be dominated here, just lets it go. So now you're playing on emotions here. You know that Derlewanger has taken such a major hit that if you are in one of the other 2 spots, that where Friend is at, you can put pressure back on Derlewanger. You know he doesn't want to go below their stacks. And after having such a huge chip lead and completely dominating the table.
Well, good morning, Matt Savage.
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Dunst? We're here with Tony Dunst, WPT commentator, and we also have Maureen Blockinger with us today. Tony, she's going to hang around with us.
Hello,
but it's been an amazing final table. You've missed some amazing action. I don't know if you got a chance to catch any of it, but Leander Derlewanger had 40 million in chips at one point and was basically raising any 2 for about 4 hours straight. Finally ran into some trouble against Mark Sen, and now Mark Sen has the huge chip lead, and the other 3 players are about even. But it was fun to watch for a long time because he literally raised every single pot, 3-bet multiple times with complete air, and was just dominating the table, and just ran into a hand where he had ace king suited, and the flop up against Sen's king 10, and the flop came ace queen jack. So he doubled him up 2 times, and now Mark Sen has a big chip lead.
Oh, I'm sorry I missed that. It's always cool when you see people playing an enormous percentage of hands and wondering if anyone will put a stop to it or if it'll just completely steamroll the final table.
Yeah, and we had a bunch of short stacks at the final table to start the day. Last night's play went super late. It went till 4 a.m. I expected it to be closer to 2, so there was a bunch of short stacks and one player with 60% of the chips to start the day. Got it as high as like 74% of the chips, and now he's down around second place. But I was asking Maureen earlier, what happens when you're that guy with a big chip lead and all of a sudden you have just, kind of made 25% of your stack now from what you had previously. How are you feeling? You're still in the tournament. You still have more chips than 3rd and 4th, but a serious gut punch to him.
Always a big emotional adjustment when something like that happens. Some players implode, others say, well, look, I'm still second in chips. I did what I could to control this table, but eventually I had a cooler go against me. Not much I can do about that. I'll just play my game.
Yeah, deep breath, I think. You need to just sit back and relax. He's actually left the table a couple times. I don't know where he's gone to talk to the rail, maybe to just calm himself, but he's back now, and I just don't know. There was a discussion of a deal when he had the massive chip lead too, Tony, and I guess they couldn't come to an agreement, so now they're back, and it's a tough spot. I know that he's definitely feeling the pressure, even from these shorter stacks. Friend folds 5 deuce here, and Sen, queen 6. Lots of ICM pressure early on, and now Mark seems to be using that same tactic. And Derlewanger folds at the queen 8, and now Tremblay with pocket 4s.
Certainly a nice hand to move all in over the top of the button raise here with his 13, 14-ish blind stack. particularly with Sen being so active that he's raising hands like a queen 6 offsuit on the button. I like that raise from Sen. He's the one that gets to apply the pressure there, but Tremblay finding the shove with 4s will take that one down.
Four players remaining are all from Switzerland. A huge contingent of Swiss players here, Tony. As you may or may not know, Liechtenstein is located in the center of Austria, Germany, Switzerland, and Italy. And it's a beautiful, beautiful part of the world. I don't know if you've been here before.
I have not.
Okay.
Does it qualify as a micro country? I know there's a handful in Europe that are on that list.
This is you,
Yeah,
Maureen.
it's the 4th smallest in Europe.
Is it?
Yes,
Is that
Liechtenstein.
Is
yes.
after Vatican City?
Yeah, Andorra, I believe.
Andorra, yeah.
And the third
Right.
one? We might need
Monaco.
help from chat. There you go.
Monaco. Completely landlocked country, that's for sure. But some of the most beautiful scenery you're ever going to see. And they open up the windows here for the poker room, Tony, and you just see the Alps. The Swiss Alps and the Liechtenstein Alps, and it's amazing. I thought this whole area was surrounded by the Swiss Alps, but that was corrected, that there is actually a Liechtenstein Alps as well.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Tony, you definitely have to come next year.
I would love to. It sounds like a beautiful part of the world. And from what I saw, the turnout is very strong as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, but this was the second largest prime event, or was it the second largest we've had in Europe?
Second largest prize pool. Taiwan earlier had a higher number of entries, 1666, but the prize pool is actually bigger here. Swiss francs are basically the U.S. dollar is 85 cents to a Swiss franc. So, as Maureen told me earlier, it's one of the only countries in the world with what? 1,000
Swiss franc note.
1,000 Swiss franc note, which is about $1, or that's about 1,200 U.S. dollars. Amazing. Don't want to lose those. You don't want to drop one of those in the street.
No, you do not. But it does make transacting in a casino a lot easier in the States.
Absolutely.
You know, we have to bring over these big stack of hundreds if you want to buy into a 10K. In Europe, it's just like, all right, I've got my 10 bills here for you.
Tremblay now with the 4s once again. Matter of fact, you missed it, but he's had 4s, I think, 4 times and 3s, and has got them through every time. He's gone all in with them, and this time he's folding. What do you think about that, Tony? You like it?
Tremblay.
Okay.
Yeah, the small pairs play well as re-raises all in under ICM, but they do not play very well as open raises when we have a stack that would have to raise fold, as he would there with his 17 or 18 big blinds. Friend, meanwhile, with the ace-10 suited, has the kind of hand that we like to open raise, but with his just 7 blind stack, has no choice but the all-in here.
And Derlewanger. It's very strange, Tony, how somebody's composure can change when you're chip leader and then you're no longer the chip leader. It's just, it's the way you sit. It's strange. It's very strange to me. Derlewanger now with Queen 8, which would have been a premium holding for him earlier on at this final table. He was raising with any 2 for hours on end. It was actually fun to watch.
And I understand why he's considering this. It's just 7 blinds from the button. Queen 8 suited would have a lot of equity against the hands he would be shown if he were to call. However, it would also be a considerable percentage of his stack were he to call and lose, and he knows that he would be an underdog in that hand. So, once more, ICM becomes this game of who gets to be all in first, because we have such a strong incentive not to be calling all ins unless we're a big chip leader and the call is quite insignificant to our stack. There, having to call off half the stack and being left with under 10 big blinds, the Queen 8 suited becomes a fold. Well, Matt, I don't know what the availability of NFL broadcast were over there, but did you get to watch your Cowboys in Week 1?
I did. And they crushed it. They crushed the Cleveland
really did.
Browns, and it was. I mean, even Dak didn't play that great, and the running game wasn't that great, but they did crush them. And it was defense. I mean, and Deshaun
Defense
Watson
looked good.
And Deshaun Watson looking so bad.
Yes. Deshaun Watson, who is going to end up being the worst trade and worst contract in NFL history until somebody tops it, which it's going to be hard to top.
Well, Danny Dimes got a good big one too, and he's not much better.
But it's a smaller contract. It's not fully guaranteed. They didn't trade anything for Danny Dimes, and they don't have the off the field issues. So I still think Watson is like leagues worse.
Yeah, I watched every bit of it. Matter of fact, the final table went so late last night, I actually stayed up and watched the end of that game as well. All right, Derlewanger did make a bet here, a raise here, and he will win this pot. And at some point,
nice shove with the king 10 there.
Yeah.
Sen with the king-queen suited. Right back at it. Friend running out of room to wait here, but whatever he had was barely worth considering, as you could see a little frustration as he folded and looked to the audience. We've been discussing all of the events coming up on the World Poker Tour. We have the UK is coming up, Prime at Dusk to Dawn, starts this week. And there it is there, 11th through the 16th. WPT Australia Championship, the 12th to the 25th in September. And then WPT Playground, the 14th to the 25th. Are you going to any of those stops, Tony? So I am not going to any of those stops. However, I've spent a lot of time at Dusk Till Dawn for the Prime Championship. I was employed by Party Poker for a while when Party Poker and WPT had teamed up, and we were running events about quarterly at Dusk Till Dawn, and I was over there all the time. Really great poker venue. I mean, one of those places that specializes in poker and really caters it to players, but it's also kind of a hangout environment. I'll pause that, though, as Fren moves all in with Queen 10 suited for his last 7 blinds. Sen giving him a look like Queen 5 might get in there. This is blind versus blind, so I understand why he's considering this. He believes that Fren would be jamming really wide here, but he does let that one go and shows some discipline. So for any players, certainly in the UK and all over Europe, I highly recommend a trip to go play some poker over at Dusk Till Dawn if you want a venue that really looks out for their players and creates an environment that encourages you to hang out, even if, isn't your best night of poker. It's still somewhere you'd be happy to hang out, spend time. Some of the best player parties I've been to were at Dusk Till Dawn. So if I were going, I would certainly be looking forward to that one. Any travel in your future? I know that you are staying put in Europe for a while. I think you were asking for recommendations for some places to go in some of the countries you're visiting, Matt.
Yeah, actually, I was in for the first time. Went to Sweden, And I went to also Germany. I was in Berlin and Munich. So countries I had not been in before. I had not been in Germany before or Sweden, and enjoyed it a lot. But I am coming home tomorrow, so excited to be coming back. But I am going to Montreal coming up, and then I'll be going to Jacksonville and to Seminole Hard Rock, and then wrapping up the year at our Wynn Championship in Wynn Las Vegas. So still some travel coming up, but I definitely...
How many countries have you been to now?
I think we tracked it at 56.
56?
Yeah.
Excellent. That's really good.
Yeah. Poker is a great way to see the world, I'll tell you that.
It is.
I went to the Avicii Museum, or experience in Sweden, and that was awesome.
The DJ?
Yes.
Okay.
And also went to the ABBA Museum. Yes, tragically died young, absolutely.
Yeah.
The ABBA Museum as well. ABBA's a little before your time there, Tony.
I'm familiar with the band, but yes, it is a little before my time. Although I will say their music remained popular for so long.
Yes,
that even if I wasn't there for their heyday, everybody knows ABBA.
I did a little singing of it earlier. I think we picked up a few hundred followers at that time, but I'm not sure. I'll have to check the numbers. All right, friends, moving on with King 9 and Sen. Definitely going to be looking him up. Still action behind. So you have Ace King here, Tony. What are you thinking? Are you trying to get this heads up, or do you want people behind coming along?
No, you'd be happy to have other players commit their chips here. I think you just want to call and not raise anybody else out of this pot. It's very unlikely anybody else would move in here. They would need a massive hand when there's a good likelihood they can move up one pay spot just by folding. So it doesn't matter too much what you do, but when someone open shoves for 9 blinds, you really don't need to discourage anybody from calling by putting more chips in. So just a call and send, as we can see, a very solid favorite here to knock out Fren in 4th.
And here comes that flop. 2 hearts, ace, queen, and 5. So Fren drawing very live here to the flush. However, he is still trailing in the pot, only 60% to 40%. 2 cards to come. Fren looking for a big double up here. And there it is. He's caught the flush on the turn, 9 on the river, and that is going to double up Nico Fren in a massive pot here. And Tremblay. Little disappointment. These players have earned at least 73,000 francs, Tony, in first place. 200,592. That's francs. It's about 250,000 US dollars, and included, not included, but on top of that, a seat to the WPT World Championship, where I say they can win millions more.
Of course, really looking forward to the World Championship at Wynn, our home field advantage tournament of the year for us, Matt, here in Las Vegas. Absolutely. Down over at the Wynn.
You've been playing some poker recently, Tony?
I've mostly had a month-ish off since the end of all the action in the summer. I went traveling for a while, went on safari in Africa, and saw some family in Wisconsin. I've played a little bit online since I got back, but it's a little bit of a down period for poker right now online, with so many people traveling. Certainly the event in Barcelona is drawing some people away. There's another one in Florida in August that goes down and takes a lot of people out of circulation. I think in the fall it will start to pick up a little bit again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think definitely we're going to get a big rush of people to Las Vegas in December. Maureen looking to get a seat. She's going to try and get there for the Ladies Championship and the World Championship and the Prime Championship.
Exactly. Matt decided it for me.
Yes.
Tremblay now with King Queen. All in for his last 10 blinds on the button here. Nobody with a callable hand behind him.
You got your coffee yet, Tony?
I have it right next to me.
There you go. We were discussing Swiss cheese. We still haven't got the answer, I don't think. Why Swiss cheese has holes in it. And they don't even call it Swiss cheese in Switzerland.
No, it's called Emmentaler.
You guys are weird.
Hey!
How can you not call your own cheese Swiss cheese? We got Swiss franc, Swiss bank, Swiss watches, Swiss cheese, Swiss chocolate, Swiss knives, army knives, and Swiss, what was the last one?
I'm trying to Google the answer. I don't know.
Swiss Alps.
Yeah.
Come on, there's got to be an answer. After you look up why there are holes in Swiss cheese, look up why you don't call Swiss cheese cheese in Switzerland.
Because all of the cheese is Swiss cheese, right? Made in Switzerland.
It's a specific kind of cheese.
Emmental, yes. I need chat to help me. Help.
Are you a fan of Swiss cheese, Tony? I think you're lactose intolerant, aren't you?
Yes, good memory. I'm lactose intolerant, so I can't mess with cheese.
Yeah, but some are naturally lactose free. So we'll Google that next.
All right.
Send now with King 9. Just an open raise this time around.
Ace 3 for Tremblay. 600,000 to call. Is this a shoving situation here?
It can be.
And it is.
Especially if you think your opponent's a little more apt to fold and preserve the big lead than try and call light. I do like this shove here, especially with the other short stack having doubled up. I think there is more reason to take these thin spots than pass on them now. And because of the price, and because Sen has sort of a borderline hand, he is considering this. Like, I think King Jack would be a snap call. King 10 would be really close, probably a call. And King 9 is the best hand that he folds. I do like the fold, though, because it's so it would be so rare that you call and find yourself in a dominating position. You'd usually be the one behind in the hand and sometimes dominated yourself. And there is a lot of value in preserving that chip lead and having quite a bit of distance between yourself and the other players.
Good fold there, then. Yep. Mark's 10 now with ace 7. We have the Swiss cheese answer. What is it? Carbon dioxide given off by the bacteria used to make Swiss cheese creates air bubbles in the process. That doesn't sound good. What are you doing? I like Swiss cheese. Now you just ruined it for me. Carbon dioxide given off by bacteria makes the Swiss cheese create air bubbles in the process? Come on, Maureen. find something better. Derlewanger does fold the deuces. That's 850 to call for Tremblay with Jack 7. He folds that. Ace 9 for Fren. Now Fren has 8 million in chips. He does make the call. Flop is a 9, a 10, and a 4, all spades. And neither player holding a spade in their hand, but Fren with middle pair.
Check.
Quick check from Fren. We like a check call here, Tony, or would you rather lead with a hand like ace 9?
Well, on this monotone flop, you have to be very careful. And Fren, being about 5 blinds ahead of the shortest stack on this final table right now, should look to keep the pot small when possible. So I don't think he wants to raise here and try and blow some out of the pot. It is a little awkward because many turn and river cards will make it difficult to call down. It looks like he has made the call, and we get the queen of spades. So I'm curious if Sen fires another barrel here with what has become a nothing hand. He knows that Fren can have 9s, maybe even some 10s that would not check raise the flop and then would have to give up. Of course, Fren will also have some spades that get to this turn, but Sen has a decent hand to just bet and say, look, if he continues to put money in the pot, I have to give up on this one. But if I start barreling him, I'm probably going to get a lot of folds, especially with him wanting to keep some distance between himself and 4th place. And that's exactly what Sen does. Great recognition of the spot from our chip leader, and he does take that pot down. Nice fold with the ace 9 as well. I really don't think you can call down at that juncture.
So we were talking about a little bit about timing tells earlier, Tony, and he makes a quick check there. Do you like that, or does it even matter to you? When the
it would
turn
depend
comes,
on what we had seen from him earlier. I mean, really, there's no chance he's ever leading out on the 4th spade, so I don't think it's like a tell. However, if earlier in the final table we saw him think a little bit and then check with hands that later continued putting money in the pot, but he had a tendency to just quickly check when he was going to fold to a bet, that could be a tell, as you identified.
So Mark set up to 68 big blinds, 34 million. Derlewanger, lowest spot we've seen him all day, 8.5 million.
Yeah, Tremblay again, making a snug fold because he's right around the same stack size as Fren. And so now preserving every big blind is such a priority. His queen 10 in almost every poker situation is worth a raise on the button there. But I like his decision to pass that and just stay a sliver above 4th place.
Tony, are you doing any coaching these days?
No, I've never been too big on coaching. I do a little bit of seminars with Learn WPT, but when it comes to one-on-one coaching, I really feel like if you're going to charge people to teach them poker, you should really want to be there. You should be highly engaged. You should be invested in their success. And after, studying poker, working on the WPT, playing poker for the day, I'm kind of pokered out. And so I just don't really have the appetite to coach somebody. And so while I do get requests from time to time, I look to send them in someone else's direction. It's kind of cool that Octopi Poker has opened up a marketplace for coaching now, because in the past people would say, would you consider coaching me? I say, no, sorry, but I can recommend somebody for you. And then I would have to ask around in my social circle to try and find somebody who was taking students and, was in the right price range for what this person was looking for. And now I can just send them to the marketplace.
Absolutely. It's awesome. Good friend, right? Lucky Chewy?
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the options there, but there's a good, 10 to 15 talented poker players offering coaching services at various price levels and expertise levels on the marketplace. Honestly, I think that the best deals on there are from very successful players with a lower profile. I think a lot of better known players realize that they can charge more for their time, whereas that there are some very hungry, talented players who will charge you, half or 2/3 as much, and are going to be very invested in your success. But we'll pause that thought as Friend has moved all in with ace-7, and right behind, Sen wakes up with pocket tens.
He's made the call. Erlanger has folded. And we're going to see these hands, ace-7 versus 2 tens. Nico Friend with the ace-7 at risk. All in for $6.5 million.
Yep, Friend in a bad spot now. Does find a 7 on the flop.
Yes, there is a gut shot straight out there as well. Sen does not need that straight to win, but it would lock it up if it were to come on the turn. A 5 on the turn. And now, Friend is down to 5 outs. 2 7s, 3 aces is all that can help him to double up and remain in this tournament. And it is a 9. So Sen makes a straight there. And we're going to lose our 4th place finisher. Nico Sen taking home $73,000 or euros. I mean euros. Francs, Swiss francs, excuse me. And a nice week.
Charm, man.
A nice week. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Nico. Congratulations at first.
Ella.
How do you feel about the whole tournament?
Thank you very much. And at the moment, of course, I feel a bit sad. I feel like I was pretty card dead, but I was lucky too. I had the worst hand several times and still won, so I can be happy, of course, to made it this far, but at the moment it hurts.
Okay, and what does the tournament mean for you?
It means a lot. It's a huge tournament. Everyone who plays poker knows WPT. It's a dream to win a tournament like that. That's why nobody will know the fourth. Yeah, but it's a very nice tournament.
Okay, and what you will do with prize?
I actually quit my job by the end of the year to play more tournaments and build my own business, so I can use it for it.
And what kind of business?
It has to do with poker.
Okay, so wish you luck and have a see you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ella. That's Ella from SpadePoker. She's new to the scene, Tony. She did a great job. She did a lot of interviews around here, and they're trying to do some great things here at Grand Casino Liechtenstein. Down to the final 3 now. Players earning at least 98,000 Swiss francs. Tremblay folds. Sen now with King 5 suited.
Not exactly sure how deep the big blind is, but these suited kings play very well as all-ins. And yeah, Derwanger with 13 blinds there. I think that is the perfect play from Sen. A lot of the one low card, one high card suited hands play best as shoves in that scenario as the chip leader, or really just anybody who has more chips than the player in the big blind and can force them to a decision for their tournament life.
Mark Sen with 5-4, raising to $1 million. Now, are these spots that you like to just, with this chip lead, are you just playing any two cards in position, or?
Oh, he's close to that scenario because his two opponents are near even in chips. They are going to be in a race to the bottom. Like, I think Derwanger could reshove the ace-x there. But as we see, both his opponents with, playable hands opt to pass and try and outweight each other. And when you recognize something like that is happening and you have a huge lead, then you get to play everything or near everything. It's possible Derwanger should have taken that spot with the ace-x. Certainly, if his hand was suited, it would be worth going for. With the offsuit version, it's awful close, and he does have a couple more blinds. So perhaps he should be very prudent right now. These are awkward ICM scenarios, though. Tremblay with the ace at the small blind, though, he has a clear decision, and away he goes.
All in for 4.9 million, and that'll take it down. The shorter stacks here, Tony, are they trying to outmaneuver each other? Are they even playing against the other player, or are they just playing against each other?
They're chiefly playing against each other and trying to stay a little bit ahead of each other.
Okay.
So every big blind is crucial. Doubling up or taking a risk that would have them all in to double up is not nearly as valuable as simply outlasting the other player, because it doesn't increase the likelihood that they actually finish in first that much. So the major priority is to just finish in second, and then once you get heads up, if you can run good and make a real dent in the chip leader, great. Tremblay, though, all in. Derwanger with a chance to knock him out. This is a very tempting spot. This is really, really close with the king-jack. And, I mean, these guys are, like, dead even in chips. So it's just like, do you want to call it off against the other player? And I would say roughly flip against his range to decide who gets second and who gets third. And he's going to love what he sees, because Derwanger expects to be up against ace-x a lot. Some pairs certainly to be on the wrong side of the flip. But instead, he's dominating Tremblay with the king-jack to his jack-10. So a fantastic result. And now he just needs his hand to hold up. Oh, there's BJ Nemeth reporting from the sidelines. Always good to see him.
And here comes that flop. 8 deuce deuce. King high still in the lead for Derlanger. Turn card is another deuce. 8 would be a split pot. Jack would be a split pot. River cards is 7. And so, Leandro doubles up.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I have more.
Tony Dunst here with Maureen Blockinger and Matt Savage. 3 players left.
325. That's 5. I'm big.
5 million. 225. This is 5.5. 5.5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 million. 5.5.
What?
No, he's 5,750, 5,850, 5,875. 5.875. 5, 5, 25.
Ni covered, or?
Yep. Yeah, you covered.
Thank you for explaining.
It was just
Short night.
No, it was just we were saying 5-2.
On
That's why I
TV4.
figured.
On TV4.
Well, down to fumes now. Forced all in by the blind. Have to win maybe 3 all-ins in a row to be back at a competitive stack. Tremblay, yeah, half a big blind. Would need quite a miracle run of cards to be back in this tournament.
You can fold.
And he is all in with this ace-7 up against ace-9 and 9-3. Two opponents happy to pretty much check this one down, although a 7 on the turn delivers Tremblay the lead, and a 10 on the river will lock this up for him. So he's going to get a triple up, perhaps more,
Oh, I have 7.
considering the big blind ante.
Oh, yeah. 2 blancs.
Very nice hand there for Tremblay.
Deal? Nee, ik laat hem met dat met overal. Dan zijn we thuis nog. Dat was echt mogelijk. Nog niet. Nee, niet lekker. Oh, nee, nee, nee. Dat is een deal game gehad. Dat is voor de duur. We deal? Huh? We deal? You can deal. You say you can fold. Right. You don't want, I win the diamond. Okay, let's go. Zada. Not bad. King 3, Queen Jack. King 3, Queen Jack. The Queen Jack suited. J'ai valet dame de carreau et la roi de...
Once more all in with Queen Jack of diamonds. Now Sen will give him a call to King Deuce, getting these fantastic odds, and he is a small favorite going to the flop.
Flop 8,
No help.
7, 6, no help. That's right.
10. Okay, 10 to make it fun. Yeah, 10? Okay, 10.
6 on the turn. And a queen on the river, and a double up.
Wow. All right. Well, I said he would need about 3 all-ins to get back in this. He's won 2 of them so far.
Elle est là, elle est là. Ça s'écrit comme ça. Du coup, tourne deep. I am small. You are small, yeah? Yeah, now I am. You're big. No, no, you're small. Ah, I'm small. Yeah, of course. Sorry. Deal? No? Okay. 2 more times, then we can talk. I have time. J'ai presque 3 millions. J'ai chauffé 4 millions, je suis revenu au point de départ.
Nine blinds in the better closer to more 600
Bon là j'en perds 1 million, 2 millions je perds.
And here, it would have backfired, but I actually think Sen should have opened with an all-in, because then it puts Derwanger in a nightmare spot with Ace-Queen. I mean, you could even make an argument for Derwanger folding, facing an all-in, since Tremblay has just 4 or 5 blinds.
Now Tremblay's moved all in for 2.1.
Yeah.
So now could Sen do this
not a bad
again?
result to have this. If it reopens the action, yeah, it should be very tempting to just knock Tremblay out of this hand. Although Sen's priority might be to get Tremblay out of this tournament, he may decide to call and allow Derwanger to come along as well. But I would have liked to see him open with the jam, and here I think the jam plays nicely. But it looks like he's content to let this one go to the flop 3 ways, give Derwanger a chance to win this pot as well. But I do think knocking Derwanger out of the hand should be a priority for Sen. Get heads up against Tremblay. As we can see, he would have the best hand against Tremblay. But he'll just flop the best hand instead, and that's pretty good too. I would like to see him bet this flop and just clear Derwanger out of there, but it looks like Sen's priority is to bring this heads up, even if that means losing this pot to Derwanger.
Now another spot where he's got flush draw as well. This is a situation that's a situation I've seen hundreds, thousands of times in my career, Tony, is people getting upset if somebody bets heads up. It happens over and over and over again. We're going to lose Tremblay here.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why, but ultimately I think it's a little bit silly. As the chip leader, your priority is to continue to accumulate. And, you know, if your opponent does double up, it's really just not that bad for you, because now you've got both these guys short stacked, handcuffed. You can just bleed them down. Whereas if Derwanger wins that pot and now he enters heads up with like 15, 17 million because you didn't knock him out of the pot, he actually has a much better chance at coming back in that match. Instead, though, we are down to heads up, so I imagine we will have a break here as they set things up.
Yes, we will, and we're going to bring out the money, we're going to bring out the trophy, and we will take a short break here from WPT Prime Liechtenstein at Grand Casino Liechtenstein.
I know.
So hello guys, I have for you one question. So everybody will pick one question. So for you, pick one.
What challenges have you faced playing this game? I'll definitely say like mental challenges. Like at one point you get up to a certain stack, and then all of a sudden you lose, and you have to keep your mental game like cool in order not to like be on tilt and continue playing your A game.
How and when did you start playing poker? Roughly 10, 11 years ago. And yeah. And how? I was playing first home games and then in a small poker club in Zurich downtown. And the poker club made me survive the pandemic.
So the question is, when the tournament is over, what will be the first thing you do? That's a good question. Probably smoke a hookah and chill, like every day. I don't know. Yeah, smoke a hookah and chill. But the tournament is only over on Monday, so should be good.
Why would you recommend people play poker? That's also a very good question. I would say so I can earn a bit more money.
Do you have a poker role model, and who? I don't have one.
You are your own role model. No.
How and when did you start playing poker? Well, when I was a child, actually. I was like 10 or 12 years old. Not for real money, of course, but yeah, with brothers, family, we started playing poker and other card games. And yeah, still playing a lot, still having fun.
If you won, what would you do with the money? Well, I would probably just save it for future projects, not spending immediately.
Okay. And what kind of projects?
I don't know. In the long run, maybe invest them for the future.
Do you have other hobbies except poker?
Except poker.
Nah.
No.
Only poker. Yeah.
Okay.
What does your family think about your playing poker? Oh, my family don't like it. But I tell them for about 15 years, I think, yeah. But I work for a casino for 3 years, yeah.
Why did you come to this event? I think the prize pool is quite intriguing, and he took me, so here we are.
Okay. Thank you very much.
This September, the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup returns down under for WPT Australia at the Star Gold Coast. The festival runs from September 12 to 25 and features an 8,000 Aussie dollar buy-in WPT Championship event starting September 20th. Last year, the lion's share of the $4.5 million Australian dollar prize pool went to Richard Lee, who conquered a field of 600 entries, taking home over $850,000, a seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas, and his name forever engraved on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. Join us for this year's festival and seize your chance to become our next WPT champion. Visit WPT.com for more details and the full schedule. After an incredible event earlier this season, the WPT is headed back to Playground in Montreal for another exciting festival. From October 14th to the 30th, players from all over will come together for WPT Playground. The action kicks off with a WPT 500 event running from October 14th to the 21st, with a $590 Canadian buy-in and a $400,000 Canadian guarantee. This is a great way to kick off another massive series here. In addition, we'll have the $1,150 Canadian WPT Prime Championship boasting an $800,000 Canadian guarantee from October 20th to the 25th. And for those looking to take on the best, the $3,500 Canadian WPT Playground Championship runs from October 24th to the 30th with a guaranteed prize pool of $1.5 million. It's your shot at etching your name in poker history and taking home a massive score. Get ready for another unforgettable festival at WPT Playground. We'll see you in Montreal.
Hello, Anka. How do you feel about this event? Like, can you tell me your emotion or how do you feel?
I feel good. I played one tournament, one day tournament. I win. I'm happy. I win it. And then after that, I played 1K tournament, and I passed like 50 place, 50. Well, I think I run good. For now.
Okay. And maybe like next time, what can you improve?
I don't know exactly what you say. Well,
if you notice like something, or it will be like the same results.
Well, I hope it is better results in the bigger tournament, but you need also some luck. Without luck, you cannot win no tournament. So yes. Well, I run good, but at the second day I have less hands and I don't hit that much. And then I go with the last 4 big blinds all in. And yes, ace 4 again, ace jack, and yeah, I bust out. But yeah, I run good, I think.
Okay, and could you tell me how did you start with poker?
Well, my father was a poker player, and then he teach us like children. I was like 9 or 10 years old. We'd play at home 5-card poker with my parents, just for fun. So yes, and then I came to Switzerland, and I started to play like 2001. I play like so home games, home tournaments, small tournaments, you know. And then 2010 I came to Liechtenstein and to stay here, and we were also to Vegas and play a little bigger tournament, like $100-200. And then yeah, it was really fun. And then we play here in the region.
letztes noch gut mal in dieser Position in das Herz abstarten.
Schon.
Auch im letzten Herzsatz habe ich
Hast du alle gleich gehabt? Hast du alle gewonnen?
Nein, ja, nein, das habe ich jetzt gerade okay.
Ja, aber du hast total gespielt, Final Table. Ich hatte einfach keinen nachher, das ist einfach nicht gehabt.
Mein Kopf. Genau, beide Kopf.
Nach Hause.
Achso, nach Hause.
Now the money presentation. Very colorful Swiss francs in a Pulp Fiction-esque suitcase. One of our two remaining players will take it home, along with an entry to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas, and of course that very handsome WPT Prime trophy.
Gell? Was ist die Violette? Ja. Ich habe hier 5 Violette reingesteckt. Was ist die? Schlecht aus, ja.
Look at our chip counts. Sen with 48 million to Derwanger's 8.1 million. That is 97 blinds to 16. So Derwanger could be all in and at risk shortly into our heads-up match. Has his work cut out to him for him as a 5 or 6 to 1 underdog up against Sen, who has held a considerable chip lead.
Thank you.
For about half of this final table.
Enjoy it. Good luck. 15 minutes, 15 seconds to 250. 500, 500.
Been a quite entertaining final table. Maureen had to leave, but we are now heads up, playing for that prime trophy and over 200,000 Swiss francs, and of course that seat to the WPT World Championship.
Sen starting out with a junky 8 deuce. Does raise it up, so gives us a clue that Sen intends to play close to 100% of hands, and I do think Derwanger's queen 4 facing in the min-raise should probably see a flop there. I'm certainly no expert at heads-up play, but not a lot of folding goes on to the min-raises when you have a face card in your hand.
So one thing that Europe has over us, Tony, is the colorful money. The banknotes here are so amazing.
Seven six for Derwanger. Sen with the ace king. We'll look to get the money in here. I think Derwanger is a little too deep to just shove, but I won't be that surprised if it's the option Sen takes. Yeah, he does indeed move all in. Oh, excuse me. I thought when he took the big stack of chips there, he was just going to put them all in. Instead, he made a 4x raise to 2 million, and that will also get the job done. Sen now with a 7-5 on the button here. We did see him raise the 8 deuce.
There, the Wanger lets it go.
Yeah, Jack 9, a pretty decent hand there. Now with the 7-3 suited, just 11 blinds. Not much maneuverability.
All in and
All
call.
in and
Yeah.
call. Derwanger waking up with the kings. Sen decided to just put him in for his last 9 blinds with the queen deuce. I think a touch ambitious with the queen deuce, but certainly sub 10 big blinds, and with your opponent mostly folding to your aggression so far, I understand why he made this choice. So we go to a flop, and it is 10-7-4. No help for the queen deuce, and the king's an overwhelming favorite now.
That'll lock it up for Leandro, and he will double up. So you get into the spot where you have 70% of the chips, and you get down to a spot where maybe you even finish 4th, and then you come in 2nd. Are you happy, Tony? Are you satisfied? Or are you disappointed?
Probably a bittersweet feeling. Having the chip lead for so much of the final table, you start to mentally believe it's your day. You're going to be taking home that big first prize. It's hard to say. I mean, if you spend enough time as one of the shorter stacks four-handed, then you start to think, oh, actually, second wouldn't be that bad. But my guess is, considering what a huge lead Derwanger held for much of this final table, there would be some lingering regret if you were to finish second here to Sen.
I always like these when they have the same hand and see if somebody could actually come out and win this pot.
Sen using quite large raise sizes here, making it difficult for Derwanger to see any flops. And so he does win the battle of the same hand. King Jack now for Derwanger. Does have a hand that should look to get some money in here. I'm not sure whether a raise or a shove will be his preferred route. Let's see what he wants to do.
Does raise to
going to 1.5.
Ooh, 9-7 or 9-6-5. There are two hearts, and Derwanger does have the king of hearts. But Sen with the gut shot, straight draw, and top pair. Leandro does check.
I do like that check from Derwanger. A really ugly board for his hand. Looks like he's going to check fold to this bet of 2.8 million. I don't think there was anything else he could have done there. Minimize the damage after being outflopped by Sen.
And all in. King deuce, that's going to get it.
Yeah, nothing to be done for Sen with his 9 deuce.
I like the red-blue split screen they have here on Spade TV. Sen with the jack deuce.
And again with a hand that's close between call, raise. Could make an argument for shove, but I think we're a little too deep for that. Sen is inquiring about Derlinger's stack size. It looks like he's called, and I do think that is the best option available.
And Derlinger does raise to 1.8. Flop 10-10-9. Derlinger's flopped trip tens.
Unfortunately for him, not that much here that would inspire Sen to invest in this pot. He does have backdoor straight and backdoor flush draw, and often when we have the deuce as our kicker, it's a signal that we have one of our go-to bluffing combinations. However, facing this bet, I'm not quite sure Sen intends to continue. You see the hesitance in his body language.
All right, Tony, I'm going to need an explanation of what do you mean by the deuce? Explain what you
So oftentimes when we have these hands that are, you know, like a 3 straight and 3 flush on the board, as Sen had there, when you're holding a deuce, it's a little bit of a signal that your hand will play best as a check raise and turn it into a bluffing combination, because obviously you can't really make a pair that has any value going forward, and it's one that's extremely vulnerable. And so when we're trying to select, you know, which of the 3 straight backdoor flush draw hands should I check raise and turn into a bluff here, oftentimes it's like when I have the lowest possible kicker, that is a signal that you should use that hand for that type of play. So when he has the jack deuce of diamonds, the jack 3 of diamonds, I actually think those would be pretty reasonable hands to check raise in some of these situations. Not necessarily every time, but if he wants to find some spots to attack Derlinger with hands that could turn a lot of equity, but don't care that much if Derlinger shoves on the flop and knocks them out of the pot. Now with the flush, Derwanger in this check down pot will be able to take this one. Unless Sen puts in a huge bet, but even then, I just don't think he's going to give up on this one for one singular bet on the river. So far, I think Sen has been content to mostly kind of stab at pots as opposed to try and blast away. So here he does stab for 750K. Derwanger does make the call.
Would a bigger bet get that done, in your opinion?
Honestly, no, because it was a check down small pot going to the river. I don't know if there's an amount you could bet that would really like make sense as a value bet and get Derwanger to fold to one bet, even if you decide I'm going to bet 200% pot for 3 million. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. Usually when you have a strong club, you would have bet at an earlier juncture, and I suspect Derwanger would have gotten stubborn. Queen 10 now for Sen.
First Jack 10. This one could get him in trouble. However, on the flop is Jack 6-5. 2 spades. No spades in either hand. Derwanger checks top pair. Goes check, check. A deuce on the turn.
Time for Derwanger to build this pot. I'm not a huge fan of this turn check. Sen has generally been pretty passive. I know he bluffed the river in the last hand, but for the most part, pretty content to check down and keep pots small. I think with the possibility that he could have various draws or just inferior pairs, Derwanger really should be betting that turn.
Bet of 2.5. Really can't see Sen hero calling this one.
Yeah, and honestly, Matt, now I think he's betting too much. I mean, with this last 5 on the river, when you overbet the pot, you run the risk that you just run right into trips from your opponent. And it's just very hard for Sen to have anything that could call this size of a bet. I would have liked to see Derwanger bet the turn there, build a pot, and then put more money in on the river. As played, I think it was sort of an awkward way to try and get value, and on the river, probably just too big of a bet. I mean, I guess he did get Sen to think, hey, is this maybe a bluff? Why is he betting so big? We saw him consider it with Queen 10, but he fairly quickly decided, no, this is not a reasonable call to make. Derwanger with a 7 deuce here. Our blinds are up to 3 and 6. He's got 20 blinds now. He will let that one go. There we see 200,000 francs for the winner, 132 for second. Quite a substantial payday for the 1,000. Was it 1,000 or 1,100 franc buy-in, Matt? well, certainly one of the two, and I remember it translated to about $1,250 US.
Yes, it does, and like I said, it's the second biggest prize pool we ever had outside of the win for the Prime. So it was a very successful event.
Now with the 7-4, Der Wanger. Try and reach a flop with the call. Sad with the Queen Jack suited. We'll make him pay for it.
There it is. Raised to 2 million. That's it in this hand.
Well, Matt, I'm attempting to go pro as an NFL sports bettor this year. I'm taking it very seriously.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm half joking, but I'm taking it much more seriously, being really on top of things, tracking all of my betting, working with somebody to bounce ideas off of, and,
awesome.
Shopping around at various books.
I like it. Who do you like tonight, then?
I got the 49ers at -3.5 right after they re-signed Brandon Ayuk. I was confident that they would re-sign Trent Williams after that, and the line had come down from 6 to 3.5 on concerns that those two would not be playing. It's bounced back to about 4.5 or 4. I think it's going to go off around 4. I feel good, but not great about the spot. The Jets have an extremely talented roster. A lot of people picking them to make a deep run in the playoffs. That said, Aaron Rodgers is about to be 41 coming off of a major injury. I can't remember if it was Achilles or a knee tear. I want to say Achilles. And, if you watched Kirk Cousins play yesterday and saw how completely immobile he was coming off a similar injury, 5 years younger than Rodgers, I think anybody who's a Jets fan should be really concerned with what his performance can be. I've seen some very ambitious projections about how good Rodgers will be this year, but we really only have one player in NFL history to play well past the age of 40, and that's Tom Brady, the GOAT. So I will not be surprised if Rodgers goes out there and looks much worse than people anticipate tonight. But who knows? He is the arguably most talented quarterback ever.
I like the way Stafford looked last night. He looked pretty good.
Stafford's a fantastic player. He looks so good.
Yeah. When he threw that interception in the end zone, they said it was the first time in over 2 years or something. He said he threw that bad of a pass.
It's nice to see Stafford get his roses, having won a Super Bowl in LA. I think in Detroit for a long time, with all the losing that goes on with that franchise, people really slept on what a talented player he was. And now, we're seeing him in more primetime games, and even well into his 30s. I think he's like a top 8 quarterback in the NFL. Can make an argument for a top 5 guy. He's just immensely talented. All in here for Sen, and Derwinger has a very borderline hand with the Queen 8 suited. I think, heads up, just 10 blinds deep, I would make this call. I will understand if Derwinger passes, but no, he does make this call. I like it. He is going to be a small dog. Sen here with the King 9 just needs his hand to hold up, and he will be our WPT Prime Liechtenstein champion.
Well played, too. He was down to 4 million early in this final table. If this happens to be the last hand, Tony, it was a pretty incredible ascent if you were to take this down. Don't see that very often, somebody come from one of the short stacks when somebody just had such a massive chip lead. But Mark Sen has played well all day. So if this happens to be the final table, well-deserved. Or final hand, I should say. Well-deserved. Flop ace 7-3. No help for either player. There is 1 diamond on the flop, and Leandro does have 2 diamonds. Turn card's a 3.
1 card to go. Sen will be our champion if he can dodge a queen or an 8. A 7 would deliver a chop pot, though.
And the river's a 5.
It is a 5.
It's going to do it. Mark Sen, our champion. Leandro Derwanger, excuse me, with the second place finish, 132,000 Swiss francs for his effort this week. But our champion, Mark Sen from Switzerland. Don't forget, in addition to that, we'll be seeing him at the World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas. An amazing event this week. 1,411 entries, and Mark Sen comes out on top. So congratulations to him and all of our players that made the money. I'd like to thank the Grand Casino here, Chino Dundar and Raphael Schmid, for hosting such a wonderful event, and of course the dealers and staff that have done so well. We're going to get an interview right now with Brendan Johnson, but I want to thank you, Tony, for coming in and doing such a great job, as always.
Always a pleasure, Matt. Thanks for holding down the stream for the duration tonight. Looking forward to seeing you out on the tour. Until next time, signing off.
Well done. It's amazing. It's amazing. Great story.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's
There are the final table payouts. Hong Win, Shiva, Michalek, Frick, Fren, Tremblay, De Lewenger, and Sen, our champion from WPT Prime Liechtenstein. It was an amazing final table. Always nice to see somebody come back from the short stack and take it down, but a great event. And now we will throw it over to Brendan Johnson for the interview.
Congratulations, Mark Sen. You just won WPT Prime Liechtenstein. What is going through your head right now?
It feels very incredible because it's back-to-back. I lost the last heads-up against David Kozma, and now I was just the luckier one, I guess, because Leandro is a fantastic player. I had a great run at the final table, and yes, I can't, yeah.
What do you think was the biggest turning point today? Was it when you won those 5 hands in a row, taking over chip lead?
I think the queens. That the second ace hits the river. That's like, yeah. That was the turning point because I might get broke in this hand. Yes.
Were you at all nervous being next to the chip leader at the beginning, out of position, or did that change your strategy, or did it kind of just?
It was kind of, I guess, a bit lucky because the short stacks were all behind him, and he made so much pressure. And he's a fantastic player. I can just say it one more time, and yes, it worked just fine out. Yeah, just fine for me. Yes.
Now you were the runner-up last year, right? And then how does it feel to come back this year and win? And was your strategy different or was it the same?
No, it was I guess the same. I was just trying to win the tournament, right? And it's incredible it's just incredible that I had the chance again to play the heads up at the WPT Prime, and now the better end for me.
So how has your experience been here at the Grand Casino and for the WPT Prime Liechtenstein?
So I like it here so much. It's always great, and yes, I don't know.
So how are you feeling now that you've locked your $10,400 World WPT Championship for the championship at Wynn Las Vegas in December?
Yeah, I didn't think really about that, but it feels great. I'm looking forward to play that tournament, yes.
It's a good one. You're going to love it.
I think so, yes.
Well, Mark, huge congratulations to you. I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you very
Celebrate with your friends, family. All right, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just go ahead, just leave the cards in that for now. Go ahead and take this stuff, and just leave the rest. Take the last deck here. What's that? Take this. I'll take that deck. Take the stuff. Take the cut card. Take the tablet. Leave this one, right? Leave that.
Hello, Leandro. What are you thinking and feeling about this event tournament?
I'm feeling great, actually. I came second. I had a chip lead for a very long time. Like 24 left, I think I'm chip leading until like the last 4. Pretty happy with my decisions, with my game, the way I played. I had like 2-3 decisions I'm not so right with now, but all in all, I'm very happy also for second place. That's the game. Sometimes you have like a huge chip lead and you just lose it because, the game is like that. And sometimes 1-2 decisions can change. But all in all, I'm very happy with this tournament. Yeah.
And what do you will do with the money?
With the what?
With the money.
The money is like it's very nice to win that money. It's just for me very nice to have the opportunity to keep playing, to see the world, travel, have like. It's not that thing I want to buy. Most of it goes in my bankroll, so something goes in cryptos, and it's like that.
Thank you very much for your time, and see you again, I hope.
Thank you.